Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Online Darts. It is Pro Tour Live of Players Championship 15. As you can see, I'm flying solo for a bit. Henry will be on at around 2 p.m. with us, and hopefully one of the other two lads might jump in and out as well. But me flying solo, doing this, the live league, all at the same time, but happy to have you all along as always. First of all, wishing James Wade a speedy recovery. Statement released this morning. He's still in hospital in Leverkusen, although not confirmed by the PDC. I think we're all 99.9% certain he won't be playing at Sheffield tomorrow, which completely opens up a can of worms, which I'm sure we'll talk about going through the day. But can we repeat of yesterday? Michael Smith defeating John O'Shea in the final. Congratulations to the Joker getting to his first PDC final, but Buddy Boy marches on. Welcome in the chat room as well. Juanita, James, Daniel, Richie's all in. Rose, how are we doing? All good. So yeah, I haven't even looked at the boards apart from one which I put out on social. We've got the Geordie Shore board. Big fan. So I'm just keeping an eye on the live league at the same time. So as I tee up everything on the computer, there it is, Players Championship 15. Looking forward to it. So just from the Premier League bunch, it is just Michael Smith playing. Morning, people. Morning, James. How are you all doing? Everyone is in, as always. Nice to have you all in. So, early doors. Who are we fancying today? Let's have a quick... This is my first look at the boards as well. Luke Humphreys has pulled out today as well. He's got a slight elbow injury he put on Twitter with the Pro Tour as well. Morning, D6T, how we doing? Lee, Alice, how we doing? MDO K128, morning people, how we doing? Very well. Curtis, good. James says Smith back-to-back, got Dozer first. Very soft board, 10-1 seems big. Agreed, 10-1, considering everyone else isn't there, seems a very big price on Bully Boy. Jose de Salza, William Borland first on board 1. Just scrolling through. There's no buys. So does anyone know who has come in for Luke Humphreys this morning? Who's the new boy on the block for Humphreys? Board 10. Chris Dobie, Callum Ridd, Adam Hunt, Geordie Shore. Why, eh? Big fan. What else have we got? So the stream boards are just been put up on PDC Twitter. Board 1 will be Nathan Aspinall against Nathan Rafferty, Joe Mernon against Florian Hempel, Mensur Sulovic against Jeffrey Dejuan, Stu Wilson, Jeff Smith. Streaming board 2 will be Dimitri Vandenberg, Steve Lennon, Ron Moulenkamp, Ryan Meikle, Ryan Joyce, Christoph Kachuk, Ross Montgomery, Danny Janssen. I'm not sure board 2 was the best of choices. So board 7 is board number 1 for the streaming. And board 15. I'm not having board 15 was the best one to stream. I'm not having that at all. Chat room, what you saying? I'd have gone board 13 would have been a shout. Board 10. Board 9. Yeah, one of those three better picks for me. Right, let's tee up some bits. No games warming up yet. They haven't flicked the iPad. Curtis says 2 possibly. So I just think there was a lot better choices than that one. Two Clements, Edgar Mance. Yeah, agreed. I think I'm with you. I think 2's a better pick, Curtis. With you on that one. Juanita says 13. Yeah, completely with you. Juanita, 13 would have been much better as well. Oh, I'm having a bit of a moan this morning, like you do. I know the cost of living is going up and whatever, but hotel prices at the moment are absolutely ridiculous. For just bang average hotels in not even that nicer places, ridiculous. Hi, Daniel, how are we doing? Midget Spinner, how are we doing? Yeah, James, literally looking at hotel, because I was toying with the idea of going to Sheffield tonight. 150 quid for a hotel in Sheffield on a Wednesday night. Ridiculous. How are we doing, Karen? I'm good, mate. Thank you very much. Daniel says, any idea why Searle hasn't done these Pro Tours? I'm guessing. I don't know. I guess he obviously was late, or not late, but he didn't fly home from Leverkusen until Monday, and he's going to Prague. So I'm guessing he just fancied it off. They flip the switch. We have games warming up. Let's get stuff teed up then. Afternoon, Mike. How are we doing? I'm just about to get that. Again, anyone new, welcome along in the chat room as well. Right, the games are warming up, which is always good. What else have we got in the chat room? Just weird, he said on Twitter we'd be there. Yeah, no, I just think maybe it just got a little bit too much, and he just fancied some time off. Haven't seen it yet, Lee. Mr. E says, I'm no expert on darts. The rest of you are probably dumb. There's never a dumb question in our chat room. We will always try and help you out. But which players are these Pro Tour events more important to? Players low down the rankings? It depends a little bit, mate. Obviously, the top ones still need to pick up money on these so they get to the Players' Championship finals and everything like that. But this is like the staple, the bread and butter for them. Just making you aware, seeing Aussie boys wearing black armbands due to a young Aussie dart player passed away in Tasmania. Cheers, Juanita. Thanks for that. Mike, it will probably get taken down anyway. The PDC are really hot on that. Morning, Scotty. Hope you are good. And here we are. We are underway. Who are we going for? Let's go for a bit of Bully Boy first. Right, here we are. Right, Cameron says, who's my pick today? Scotty says the same. Who do I fancy today? Look, I think it's wide open for one. I agree with what James said earlier. Michael Smith is a fantastic price at 10 to 1. I'm going to go. I keep saying it because I think he's playing too well not to 1. I'm going to go Dobes again. Mine said, do you ever stop working? Occasionally. I'm tired today. Tried to get an early night last night. Just didn't happen. I just went to bed about 11 and was still awake at 2:30. Just couldn't sleep. But all good. Potential result in the live league as well. Scott also says Damon Hare. I mean, yeah, Hare is always in with a chance. Playing some fabulous darts right now.
When you look at the stat sheets, but the fact of the matter is, Stevenson was in position at 3-1 and losing. Stevenson's chances for the top 3. To Murray and Richardson as well.
To a point, Mike, it was like he still a win's a win. I agree, but didn't play particularly well. Jose de Souza racing into a 2-0 lead over Willie Borland. Michael Smith has taken the opener against Duzza. Yeah, Rob Cross seeded 2. Jose de Souza seeded 1. Heta 3, Smith 4. Again, let us know in the chat room, who are you going for to win? Yeah, just doing some cropping. Using a new cropping tool for the live league. Just getting used to it. Dan, I don't know if you saw the statement released, but James Wade is still in hospital in Leverkusen. So not good. They say he's stable, which is obviously good. But wishing James a speedy recovery. Jenks has Brett Claydon on board 12, Scott. So Richie Burnett 2-0 up on Damon Heta. That would be a surprise. Teresa says Dobie or Dimmy. Yeah, look, I say Dobes is playing well. He's had a howler of a first leg, but won it. Danny Noppert 2-0 up on Devon Peterson. Casual 111 average. Phil, is a sound off on stream 1? I haven't got the stream up at the moment. I'll have a look in a second. Just sorting out some bits on the live league. But have a look. Even when I have the streams on, because we're streaming ourselves, I don't normally have the sound on. No, Henry's going to be on from about 2 o'clock. Fingers crossed, he got some bits to do. How we doing, Adrian? All good? I don't think he'd go to Q School. I just think he'd look at other avenues within darts. Yeah, look, it's a free pass for Matty Edgar. It's a free pass for anyone on the Challenge Tour, really. Yeah, God knows. Dan, I don't think so. His game has been pulled from the bookmakers already, which suggests to me they've been told that he won't be there. As of this morning, he's also still in Leverkusen, so that would make it almost impossible for him to play. And like we say, that opens up the scenarios because of who was playing who. So if James doesn't play, Joe gets a bye into the semi-final. He will play the winner of Gezi against Gary. So if Gezi can beat Gary, one of Joe or Goen Price will be in the final. Peter Wright has MVG first round. If Peter Wright then loses, with one of Joe or Gezi getting to the final, just makes that race for fourth a little bit more interesting. Just livens it up a little bit. No, MVG had one as well against Gary. And yeah, going back to what I was saying, the interesting part about this as well is if it plays out the way it is, that say Peter does lose first round, then the potential night at Newcastle is when you play each other according to the table. So, first round could be fourth versus fifth. And if there's only a few points in it by then it's interesting. So all of a sudden, Peter Wright's little dip in form may cost him. Look, he's still a huge favourite to get to Berlin, but it just could become a little bit uncomfortable. Right, what else have we got happening right now? Nathan Aspinall, 4-2 up on Nathan Rafferty, averaging 105. Danny Noppert still over the ton mark, 4-0 up on Gavin Peterson. Again, the Peterson average only around 86. Look, 86 is still very good darts for us mere mortals, but not on the Premier League. Or even, sorry, on the PDC. You're not going to win many games averaging that. Martin Schindler, 3-2 up on Luke Peters. A little surprise brewing on board 15. Steve Lennon is 4-1 up on Dimitri van den Berg. Sedlacek, 3-1 up on Gurney. Jose de Souza has wrapped up victory over Willie Borland. Glenn Durrant is in this game with Michael Smith. 3-2. Look, it's on throw. Oh, sorry, this Michael Smith has a break, but it's all right here. Doing okay. Again, chat room, come and say hi. Any questions, we'll try and answer them. Henry will be on at 2 with us, and hopefully one of the other two boys may be able to jump in and out at some point as well. Stephen Bunting, 4-1 up on David Evans. Again, the Bunting average not great, but he's winning. That's the important thing. Rob Cross, 4-1 up on Connor Scott. William O'Connor has levelled it up against Ratajski. Philip is in. Hope you are good, mate. Richie Burnett averaging 96, 3-2 up on Damon Hetta, the number 3 seed. Chisnell 5-0 up on Adam Gowlas. Dirk van Dijvenbode 4-0 to the good as well over Vladimir Anderson. Clements has turned it around. He's now 4-3 up on Matthew Edgar. Devin Peterson has a leg on the board, and Hetta levels up at 3 apiece. Look, this is better from Duzzer as well, averaging 86. Keegan Brown, Scott Waits warming up on board 1. Schindler 4-3 up on Luke Peters. Steve Lennon is now on the hill. He's 1 away from beating Dimitri van den Berg on board 15. Dimitri's averaging a ton, but just can't win games at the moment. It's not as if he's playing bad. I'm all good, Pete. Hope you are well. Tyski back in front against O'Connor. This one's going one way, then the next. Rafferty's mounting a comeback here against Aspinall. Aspinall was in cruise control, but Rafferty is back within 1 now. 5-4 to the Asp. Tidy little game. And Clements is 1 away from beating Matthew Edgar now. Chizzy, first bagel of the day served from the yellow peril. Adam Gowlas defeated 6-0 by Dave Chisnell. Izzy is in. How we doing? All good. Brendan Dolan. Oh, tell you what. 2 seconds. Right, everyone, before I press the button here, I apologise because we're just about to kiss goodbye to any chance of a 9-darter. Hi, Gob.
For an hour, maybe. Hello, mate. How are you?
Good, you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Rafferty is level with Aspinall.
No better
Just
way
saying,
to take a lunch break than stay at the same desk and chat nonsense about darts for an hour. Perfect.
The feature game, Gob, this is better from Duzzer. Encouraging. Yes, he might lose to Smith, but this is better. The numbers are better.
It is a little. It's still mid-80s, and he still needs to find 10 points on that average consistently, but it is heading in the right direction. I think this year's a bit of a free roll for Duzzer. If he keeps his card, brilliant. If not, then I think there's plenty of avenues for Duzzer for next year. Whether or not he'll go back to Q School, completely different matter, but look, he's old enough to play seniors. He can drop back into WDF. He seems to be really enjoying his coaching again at the minute. He's saying on social media that that's giving him that extra burst of life. The concern for me here is look how much he's having to chase around. That means there's too many loose darts. 92 is a 20, it's a treble 5 and a treble 19. The 97 is 2 20s, treble 19. The 58 is chasing down on 19s, 2 singles. The 81, single 5. What do we think he's at that 80? Single 5, treble 19, single 19. There's just no consistency on the 20s there.
Yeah. Danny Noppert has beaten Devin Peterson. Connor Scott is now level with Rob Cross. Dimitri Vandenberg is out, beaten by Steve Lennon. We were talking about this the other day, Gob, you and I, that Dimitri, it's not as if he's playing bad, but he just can't win a game.
Yeah, he's sort of in that MVG role from last year, isn't he? Just some days you get that form going, some days you don't.
Yeah.
He'll click. He's still young enough. He's been there and done it. And actually, the more and more Dimmy gets on TV towards the back end of the year, the more and more I expect his performances to rise. Because that's where he absolutely relishes being.
Stephen Bunting sees off David Evans. How are we doing, Peter? Hope you are good. Also, Maisie, I hope you're feeling better. However, with my suspicious mind on, I can't help but think in your young, wise age there, you've pulled a flanker to come and watch us and your dad. And I like it.
Mate, we've made it to new heights now. Kids are pulling sickies to watch us.
We've done well here.
We still get amazed that people sit and watch us on a Monday night. And then we've got Maisie pretending to be ill. All right, Maisie, we'll see your game. We won't tell anybody if you won't.
Yeah.
Do we know who got the last minute call up today?
No, we was trying to work it
out last night.
No, I was trying to work it out. However, before we go there
must
Nathan Rafferty.
Two in the field today.
Yeah. Nathan Rafferty has completed. Yeah, I think the Cullen one they'd have sorted out because they knew that in advance. So the Cullen call-up would have been sorted. It's just the Humphreys one. Rafferty has completed a sensational comeback to beat Nathan Aspinall. And also, of comebacks, Connor Scott now leads Rob Cross 5-4. Gavin Carling, that's a good...
yesterday. Could be.
Yeah.
There must be two. There must have been one player that knew they were only going to play one day. Well, no, that can't even be right because surely they knew Cullen was only playing one day. So one of those players would have been in the two that were called up for Wade and Gary Anderson yesterday. So they've had to find completely new replacements for Cullen, which they could have arranged yesterday for today, and then one for Humphreys from last night because he announced it about 9 o'clock, I think it was, on socials.
Yeah.
HJV says Nathan Gervin. That'll make sense.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, Gervin wasn't there yesterday. 100%.
I think we're past that street. Thanks, Dan. Chris Dovey beats George Killington on the Geordie board. And Carol Sedlacek, beaten first round yesterday, defeats Daryl Gurney 6-3. There was one more result that just flashed up as well. But it's just disappeared into that hidden zone where it's not in the live darts function. It's not in the completed games yet.
Matt Campbell's out as well.
Yeah.
This is an absolute cluster. Absolute cluster. Matthew Edgar, what a seesaw game that was. He was in front, he was behind, and he wins it in an oval. Again, someone else's form that isn't there right now is Gabriel Clemenskop.
Yeah, he's just dropped. It's weird. It's like all of the Germans can't possibly play well at once. Schindler's on the up. Max Hopp is looking good again, which means we've seen barely anything of Florian Hempel for the last couple of months when he was the form man. And it sent Clemens going in the opposite direction as well. It's like they're only allowed two players playing well at any one point. They need to get over that a little bit quickly so they can all push on.
Because Ryan Murray got one more shot than him. That was it.
Willie O'Connor beats Christoph Ratajski. It was a solid run for Ratajski yesterday, but he's gone 6-5. What else did I see? Chisnell won. Danny Noppert beat Devon Peterson 6-2. It is a result for Schindler, who beats Luke Peters 6-5. And Rob Cross from in front got back to 5-4. But Rob Cross beats Connor Scott 6-5, and on the featured game, Marcus Smith's over the line against Glenn Durrant.
God, your message, is that from your marker friend?
No. Yeah.
Absolute genius.
Dirk Van Dijvenbode beats Vladimir Anderson 6-3, and Damon Hetter. Phil, there's no Burnett show today because Damon Hetter has beaten him 6-4.
That's a stinker of a first round draw for Burnett, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I'm still. I can't stop laughing. That is genius.
It's a bit Nathan Richards, isn't it?
That's different level.
It's a bit Nathan Richards, isn't it?
Well, Dan, I don't know if you're listening. I know you do. The courtroom sketch from the Rooney Vardy case is absolutely brilliant.
I don't get why that's going on because they're both going to lose money on it. No matter what the outcome is, they're both going to come out with substantial losses.
Yeah. Oh.
I I can't quite see Jamie Vardy signing for Derby County anytime soon. So what's the bloody point? Thank you, Kevin. I'm only back for an hour. This is how I spend my lunch break now. I might be back on this evening to finish up. What time did you finish yesterday?
It was about 6 hours. So about 5:45, 6 o'clock, or something like that.
I might sneak on for the final.
Rob Cross got over the line, Matt.
There's definitely going to be a 9 while I'm on. Because it isn't worth me setting up all 8 boards for me to see half the draw. So I'm just literally looking at the home page, which means I'm going to miss the game details.
Don't worry, we'll tell you if you miss one.
Unless it's on the feature game, because you just kept talking yesterday. Damon Heta hits a 9 in front of our eyes. You're telling us about Nathan Aspinall, then you're telling us about everything else that goes on. I'm like, it was there.
Yeah, that's all right. That's what we do.
There should be an alert somewhere, shouldn't there?
If someone's on a 9, there should be a little flashing sign somewhere.
Not even on it. Someone takes it out. We have a deciding leg between Brendan Dolan and Andrew Gilding. Got Waite now 3-2 up on Keegan Brown. Plenty of games just getting underway. John Michael against Nick Fulwell. Gertrude Voss against Stephen Williams. Jack Main, Jermaine Watermena. Ricardo Petretsko, Pikachu against Lee Evans. Bradley Brooks against Darren Webster. Jason Heaver against Rob Owen. Steve Beaton, Mickey Mansell, Peter Hudson, Andy Bolton.
Robert Owen had a good day yesterday, Gob.
Steady. What do you make? 32?
Yeah.
He was in the live league last week. Amazing what happened there. Things didn't go his way in the live league, to be honest. He didn't make finals night. He was reigning champion from the phase before, but is that a bit of a curse?
No one's defended. No one's won back-to-back phases.
Not only that, I don't remember the last time somebody won a phase before and then made finals week. Or finals night in finals week to be in with a shot. Because Thornton definitely didn't. I don't remember him getting out of the week. I'm not even sure he made finals night in his week. Who else has won a phase? Burnett?
Yeah, Burnett made Champions Week after he won it because it was the running gag that Burnett always gets there. He obviously didn't win it, but Burnett certainly did.
And then he got his tour card.
Yeah. Roby John playing some good stuff here on the feature game, averaging nearly 106 against Boris Kirchmar, but just don't upset Big Bad Boris. He can do what he wants. Kevin says, impressed by Gilding lately. Yeah, look, he's played some really good stuff. I tell you, James Wilson had a really good day yesterday, and unfortunately, he's whooping your buddy today, Gob.
Yeah, I've seen that. Late call out of bed yesterday. Won through the first round at least. But it's not going to plan it for 5-0 down to James Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I love looking at how many different matches are under the same management stable. That's another one that have all met in the first round. So I sort of look at it and go, you feel bad for that manager, but then you don't, because they're guaranteed to get people into the next round. But they do start knocking an awful lot of their players out in one hit, don't they?
Yeah. I think it was the Players' Championship. I was chatting to one manager, and I think he had 11 players at the Players' Championship finals in Minehead. I think 8 of them were in the same half of the draw. Yeah. Jamie is insane. I goes, what a shame about Wade. Just, yeah, look, all we can do is just wish him a speedy recovery and hope it's nothing serious. Look, it's obviously bad because you don't spend a couple of nights in hospital for nothing. So, but let's hope it's not super serious and he can get back to playing. I suppose the other thing that the PDC will be putting into effect now, Gob, as well, is New York's only 18 days away.
Yes. I guess they'll have to be making backup plans and reserves and that sort of thing in a minute. Hopefully it doesn't sound too serious. The statement put out said that he's well and he feels fine, etc. They're just monitoring just in case, that sort of thing. So I'm hoping it won't physically affect James.
Yeah. Oh, the same. Look.
How he'll be playing and whatever else. Yeah, he is in good form. And if all he misses is a Pro Tour and maybe one night at the Premier League where he's pretty much set for being in the top 4, not 100%, but he's done a lot of good work already. Could possibly afford to miss a week, unlike the people trailing him. As long as he's back next week, then absolutely fine. Possibly, did he qualify for this weekend Euro Tour?
No, he didn't. So that's...
So he's got that as a breather. So as long as he's back for the O2,
yeah,
I don't think that'll be much of an issue.
No, agreed. Scott Waite has beaten Keegan Brand 6-2. And Roby John is motoring here through the gears. He's now 5-1 to the good. Jumping back into the chat room, Jared said, yeah, shame fell ill yet. Get your Edgar in New York. Can't see that one somehow, Dan. Jamie says, does that raise the issue of dart players' lifestyle again? Potentially. I know. Look, I know it's a very taboo subject, and we try and talk about it without talking about it. But until you actually know what the issue is, it's hard to say with this one.
Yeah. All we know is he's got problems with his heart. It could be absolutely anything. Some of the fittest footballers in the world have got it with their hearts.
Yeah. But Steve Beaton, Gob, currently averaging 107. Hello, Mr. Adonis.
average of 14 darts per leg.
Sounds like me when I play the game on the old Sky Pad, when you got to go up, down, left.
Now, to be fair, you throw 14 darts in every leg.
Yeah.
And a few more.
I missed a 9 the other night.
First dart.
Yeah, I missed dart 1. Not lying, am I? Missed a 9.
I went back to back the other night and absolutely shat myself.
We were talking about this in the chat room yesterday. When I was talking about this, I remember the first time I went back to back, I literally went up, dart 7, I couldn't stop. It was like that.
First time I went back to back, we were at a competition in Milton Keynes practicing. There was competition going on next door. We'd already been to the Pro Tour, but it was a competition to earn sponsorship for Q School. So there's quite a few steady players there. We're in the practice area next to it. So there's me, Kyle Anderson, Kirk Shepherd, Billy Holmes, who was meant to be the next big thing, and a couple of others, and they're all chatting away, whatever. And I'm just on the board on my side, 180, 180. Oh my god, 26. Oh god. Roby John, superb performance in the end, defeats Boris Kirchmar, 6-2.
Who would you like as feature game next, Gob?
Good question. Let's watch Rob Owen against Jason Heaver. Because he was 2-0 down in that one. He's back to 3 apiece. There we go, Rob Owen, 1-2-4.
Darren Webster, 4-2 up on Bradley Brooks as well, the Demolition Man.
Where's that come from?
I tell you, I'd love to see the Demolition Man Darren Webster against just Mr. Bulldozer Vincent Van der Voort. 2 completely ends of the spectrum. One 4 foot nothing, one absolutely huge, but both like to cause carnage.
Yes. So many little and large jokes.
To be fair though, Vincent has got one of the best sense of humours ever. But absolutely no filter. To be fair, I think that's a very not a Dutch mentality, but I think that's the crossover between nationalities. All the Dutch are quite the same. That when you get to know them, they're brilliant. But when you don't, you think, wow, can you say that? But the fact they all do, I just think it's their culture is the thing.
Yeah. I've never met a more laid-back bunch than the Aussies.
No.
These are massive generalisations, by the way. Just never met a more laid back. I've told the story about Corey before. Obviously, spent plenty of time with Kyle, met Damon. He's just so chill, so casual. Nothing seems to faze Simon. Like, even the young lads, I've spent time with Kalani, Hillman, and Jamie? Should know these guys. They spent time in my house. Jamie Rundle, who played for the Australian youth team and made the youth a couple of times. World youths. And they're just so chilled and laid back. Afternoon, Tug.
How are we doing? we're saying, Gob, again, I don't mean to sound disrespectful here, but right now, is the standard on the Pro Tour the lowest it's been for a while? There's a lot of sub 85 averages and even some 70s.
With some doubles, it's a very solid display, but ultimately,
Yeah.
Kieran's lost that match.
Disagree with that.
In leg 1, and that was at the bullseye.
I'm not sure I've ever subscribed to this. Darts has never been stronger at the top level. I've probably said it a few times actually in the last 18 months or so, but the more and more you look into it, the deeper you look into it.
Yeah, I didn't want to come across disrespectfully or anything like that, but it's not the best lower down right now.
Is it just because so many of the traditional top 16 for the last 3 or 4 years are just so inconsistent right now, whether that be because of COVID, through injury, through overplaying, through whatever?
Yeah, possibly. And again, I agree with what Philip says there as well. I don't think it was the best idea to have a Pro Tour straight off the back of a Euro Tour like that.
Possibly, but then we know it's the PDC's intention to put more midweek Pro Tours on over the coming years.
Yeah, no, I agreed.
Because that frees up the calendar on weekends and whatever else, and this becomes a full-time professional tour. Yeah, brilliant. Do you think they've considered just how much darts these guys are going to be playing? Not sure if that was grammatically right to say, but and if it's going to have an adverse effect on the standard.
Probably not.
So, round number 4.
So again, the board 15. It's a tough watch, but Ryan Meikle's actually playing well. Played well yesterday, and again, a mid-90s average today. But the Barber, although it's not watchable at times for me, is playing some good stuff.
Yeah, he's been in that position since, was it Players last year, maybe?
Yeah.
He certainly seemed to have a good run in Minehead in recent memory, and he's carried it on a little bit since then. Bradley Brooks is out, by the way. He's been beaten 6-3. And on the feature game, Rob Owen is 1 away against Jason Heaver. Scotland's Andy Bolton is 5-2 up on Peter Hudson.
You know what we were speaking about that clipping software.
Yes.
We've got it on a month's trial. It is unreal.
Oh. Does that include?
Go on. What?
Access for the final weekend of this month?
The trial is still going on then, yes.
Oh. We might need a conversation. And somebody to use it for the entire weekend. Meikle over the line, 6-2. Hempel and Mernon have gone to a decider. Jim Williams, Gert de Vos has the Welshman in front by 1. And then we have it. Rob Owen and Jason Heaver are going all the way as well. We love a Noble. Second batch of seeded players are just entering now. Mike Ivanhoven, 1-1 with John Worsley. Vincent van der Voort is making absolutely no work of Steve Haggerty, who's only averaging 75. It's only 89 for Vinny, but he is 4-0 up. Madders Rasma 2-0 up, averaging a ton. Ross Smith and Max Hopper underway. What a stinker of a first round draw that is for both players. Keep your eyes on Ross Smith in case he chucks a 9-darter in first leg. Ryan Joyce against Christoph Kachuk warming up, as is Keane Barry and Boris Koltsov. Richie Edhouse for Scott Mitchell. Mervyn King. Seen glimmers of just how changing the tide for Mervyn King the last week, Phil. Euro Tour qualifiers, there's a 112 average in there at one point. Something seems to just be clicking with Merv. And Callum Ridds will take on Kevin Dupes as well. Andy Bolton has beaten Peter Hudson 6-2. And Ricardo Petretsko has beaten Lee Evans 6-2 also. Just a few more to double check because I can't remember saying these out loud. Gavin Carlin beat Gordon Mathers 6-2. Jack Main beat Jermaine Watermain 6-4. John Michael Cruz past Nick Fulwell 6-1.
And it is big. Marsh hitting most of the things he's going.
DeVos and Williams go all the way. Rob Owen, 104 for an 18-dart leg just to hold his throw and get over the line. Tough ass, that.
Trouble earlier.
Horrible draw on board 9 for Simon Whitlock against John O'Shea.
That was a somewhat speculative single 20 there. That could have gone to the 16 burst. It wouldn't have mattered. Because in no time at all, it's 3-0 to James Richardson, and he's not going to let go of this chance.
He opens the door for Rob Owen. Merv took the opening 15, as did Ross Smith and Robert Owen. That's 2 match darts missed for the Welshman.
That'll annoy him as well. Either he was having a meltdown here, or Dart Connect's throwing a wobbler.
He just blocked himself. Another chance.
Maybe he was throwing from the other booth, had to go over the top.
Van der Voort now 5-1 up on Haggerty. Robert Owen over the line against Jason Heaver. A 6-5 win for Stack Attack. Mickey Mansell has fought back against Steve Beaton. Beaton was 3-0 up in that one. He's now 5-4 behind. It was another result that just flashed up. Watch.
No, Johnny, you'll hear glimpses of the live league because I'm cropping clips at the same time as today. So it's not, don't worry. Florian Hempel comes back against Joe Mernon.
That was the one.
Scott Mitchell.
Somebody's
struggling
warming
a
up on board 13, Philip.
Oh. Are we going to say all aboard the Barney bus?
Good timing, Stephen.
We're going to go for a bit of Ed House and Mitchell.
Back-to-back 15 dart legs for Mervyn King. Ross Smith went 15-40 and then lost the third, but his average rose. Vandervoort over the line against Steve Haggerty, 6-1 victory for him. Yeah, Andrew, that's the neutral flag. Next to Boris Koltsov's name. It's a flag for the sake of being a flag. Mickey Mansell beat Steve Beaton 6-4. That average has dropped massively for Steve there, Phil. You said he was averaging 107 at one point, didn't you?
Yeah.
3-0 up. 3 consecutive 14 dart legs, or 42 darts to win the first 3 legs. Just fallen off a cliff.
Yeah.
Who's the accurate? Nobody. It's a neutral
No
flag.
one. Yeah.
Thanos doubles his lead on Scott Mitchell. Keane Barry does the same on Boris Koltsov. Ed Anders Rasma won away against Jimi Hendrix. Ricky Evans warming up against Eddie Lovely, expecting a big run from Rapid. He is playing very well at the minute. Doubles let him down the last couple of days. If he tightens up those finishes, I expect to see him in the latter stages today. Kim Hybrex and Jose Justicia warming up.
It's a good game.
Adrian Lewis had issues with both of them in the past. Pretty sure it's a shorter list to say Adrian Lewis hasn't had issues with, to be fair, but
yeah. Yeah, Ryan, you missed the Barney alarm.
that one snuck underway without us noticing. Adrian Lewis 1-0 up on Nathan Gervin, 15 darter for him. Is Jimi Hendrix the one who felt like a fish on the stage? I can't remember if it was Jimmy or Jerry. I think it was Jimmy.
Yeah, I think so.
Walked on to Gala, freed from desire as well, didn't he?
Jamie, Danny had to go back to America last week. His son had quite a bad car accident, so he went home, which is, again, completely understandable.
Voodoo Charlie's a belter. They remixed it for the Hitman film, didn't they?
If I remember rightly as well, there was a real funky remix where they remixed together with it for LaRue in for the kill as well. It was unreal.
Don't know. Eddie Lewis, 14 dart leg to go 2-0 up on Nathan Gervin, now averaging 103. will Danny be coming back? We believe so. It's just a short trip home just to make sure family are okay. Look, sometimes there are things bigger than darts. I think, in fact, Danny's next appearance should be
Madison Square Garden. MSG's his next one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Who do you think has the most unique dart setup on the PDC circuit? I'd say Keane Barry because he uses those tiny Phil Taylor shaped flights.
I don't know. Luke Humphries is in there as well with the enormous stem.
Yeah. He's got a pretty standard barrel and flight, though. Someone like Whitlock, maybe, because he's just got so vastly different shaped barrels to everybody else. If he was to throw a molded flight as well, then yeah, Whitlock would be up there for me. Mike Gillett's, I know he's not on the tour, but Mike Gillett's setup gets a lot of attention because he throws the smooth barrels with the tiny flights, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Who else has got weird darts? Not sure. 12 dart leg for Mensur Sulovic to take the opener against Sheffield Zvan. John O'Shea, yesterday's runner-up, 2-1 up against Simon Whitlock, who was averaging 110. There's 15 points difference in the average between those two in the first 3 legs. Ross Smith and Matt Top, 3 apiece. Concerned for John O'Shea, just because it is incredibly common. I'd hate to count the number exactly, but it is quite common for you to make your maiden final one day and drop off a cliff the next. It's incredibly difficult to follow that up when you're on a high.
It is, yeah.
There aren't many that make that first time breakthrough and immediately back it up with a decent run. Result for Madus Razma, who does beat Jimi Hendrix 6-2. Scott Williams' setup looked a bit odd with the bouncy stems. He uses reflex points, doesn't he?
Yes.
And there's certainly more. The thinner the point causes more reverberations through the dart as it hits the board. Peter Hedman uses similar. Peter Wright's used them in the past.
I think they're horrible. I don't know how people use them.
Can't stand them. Jamie Hughes is beating Jason Lowe 6-3. Could win that for Yoza.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the dart Peter Wright's repertoire are unique, like when he uses those cut down windmill style flights. Yeah, the little plastic triangle ones that he then, like height shaped ones that he then cuts down with tiny barrels.
Yeah.
I do find it amazing how few players use a bomb style dart, a Phil Taylor style dart, should we say. John Lowe used one, Taylor used one, and was arguably his most successful with that Rosso set from Unicorn, the most successful dart ever, whatever. But then if you look around the rest of the men's game, there are significantly less players that use it because they're concerned about room in the treble and grouping the dart, etc. But then you look in the women's game, and apart from 4 or 5 distinct players at the top, everybody else is using that style barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, I know. Obviously, look, Phil's switched manufacturers now, and won't talk about the other ones, but the Rosso dart setup complete was the best he ever threw.
Yeah. I think there was a consistency there, wasn't it? He'd evolved it to a point where he was comfortable. The barrel shape suited him lovely with the grip on it, etc. The stems were the slick sticks, weren't they? The pink ones.
Yeah.
With the flights that folded out in between them. It balanced his dart really, really nicely. I think when he moved, it then wasn't quite right, or it was a little bit close to copyright, etc. So you have to start doing more and more elaborate things. Then he was looking for thumb grip at the back of the barrel, wasn't he? It's a flat spot, and he moved around and tinkered an awful lot. The 9.7s or the 9.8s, the black ones, the most recent ones, are probably as close to a dart as those Rossos as you're going to see.
Well, the ones he won the match play with the last time out were pretty much a carbon copy of the Rossos. There was enough subtle difference not to be copyright, but the actual dart itself was almost identical. Yeah. Teresa says, small heavy darts, I use the extra small stem as well. Christ, that is a small dart.
I can get behind short stems. Not extra small, but I can get behind short. I don't like anything too long. The balance point in the dart goes off immediately for that. And I don't throw massively long points either. I throw 32s, I think. Maybe 28s. You saw my points and were horrified.
Yeah, horrid.
They're just normal points. Just the game.
You didn't like my...
because...
You didn't like my 42 mil.
Those points aren't in those darts. I put a set of mine in.
How did you get on with them out of interest?
They're going okay. I changed my grip with them for a little bit just to have a tinker around a bit. I still keep going back to the Lewis's, but too many competitions to go and try them properly. I don't know. I might have a throw tonight. He's got football, and there's like an open competition I'm not going to in the week between the league starting again. So I might just have a proper chuck with them tonight. See what I can get out of them.
The old Peter Manley spring onion dart, as it was called.
Dan says women prefer a fatter barrel. Yep, dad bod, mate.
Ryan says, I'm old-fashioned. I use the Harrows on the stem with plain flight. To be fair, my setup, apart from the points, a little bit funky. My dart setup isn't particular. I just use a medium stem.
Standard medium stem and Top Gun flight.
Yeah. I've used that part I've used for years. And I tell her, I used to use I went to a medium stem. I used to use the the next one down, the small, but the medium gives you more. It's more forgiving in the air. The short.
I'd use tweeny for a bit, but then some of them vary between manufacturer and whatever.
Yeah.
My problem was I moved from whatever when I first started playing. It was like buy a load of different flights, get on with it, and whatever. And they're all standard shape. Then I started to throw like Harrows and target. I can't remember what they're called. Something 10 maybe. 10x flights, and they're slightly smaller flights. And now I can't get used to going back to anything big or standard or big wing or anything like that because I just don't like the look of them through the air. So now I'm stuck with a small dart. My margin for error is not as great because if you throw it in the direction of a small flight, you're going through the air pretty quickly. You can miss by a long way. Keen Barry's beating Boris Koltsov 6-3, by the way.
Also, Jamie, all the big guns have just decided to have 2 days off because of the schedule of the Premier League, the Euro Tour, and the upcoming Premier League, and then another Euro Tour this weekend. So they just bombed it off.
Yeah, a lot of them would have been going from Premier League, Euro Tour, back-to-back Pro Tour because they don't have to qualify for Euro Tour, apart from Wadey.
Yeah.
People might have missed that. Then they'll be back in Sheffield for Premier League on Thursday. Another Euro Tour this weekend. So we travel Friday whilst the tournament starts. Play Saturday, Sunday. Little break next week. Then Premier League again. Then they'd be off to America the week after. It's just a little bit much. It's just one of those parts of the schedule that just line up. So the travel's probably doing them in more than the amount they're playing.
Yeah.
but it is a considerable amount of travel. Even from Wigan to Sheffield, they still have to get to Wigan from Leverkusen at the weekend, so flying to a northern airport, the amount of time they'd have been away from home, and they can sneak home, get a couple of days with the family, reset, go again.
Here's one for you, Gob. Laura. John throws 60 mil points and a long stem.
John wanted shooting. I'm glad he throws something a little bit more sensible. I'm sure I've seen those darts, though.
Yeah.
Is that legal? I thought there was a limit on length.
I thought it was combined weight.
Combined weight can't exceed 50 grams. I know there's a length restriction as well, but I don't know what it is.
Speaking of John O'Shea, he has beaten Simon Whitlock 6'3", 97 average. That's very tidy.
Yeah, especially given that he made that final yesterday. Like I said, it's incredibly difficult for players in that maiden final to back it up the following day.
Josh
I'm
Rock,
throwing molded in a minute. When they're
See,
on, brilliant. When they're on.
I can't get behind the molded flight yet.
I won some on a Twitter competition once upon a time. So I started using that brand. Then a friend was sponsored by Cosmo, so I tried a few of them. I tried a different setup as well. There used to be some that Unicorn made that used to slot in, used to get them in two parts, and they used to slot together. And then, I moved to, can't even think what the brand's with them. What's Nico throwing?
Is it L-Star?
That's the ones. Because I've actually got the David Evans flight, the red and black one. I don't know the red and black one at the minute, but I might get some more soon.
Stephen Burton averaging a ton, 3-0 up on mine. Lukeman.
A.D. Lewis has beaten Nathan Gervin, a win for jackpot with a lower average as well. Gervin's just chucked in 100.66 average, but he's beaten 6'3". And Max Hopp, despite averaging 8 points lower than his opponent, has just beaten Ross Smith 6'5". Max Hopp has a knack of that right now.
Yeah. Also, Merv King's been dragged into a battle with Rennik Sedansky. That's now 5 apiece. King looked good early on, but Sedansky is back in this. And Mitchell is level with Ed House.
For a piece on the stream, Edas finds one of his, I wouldn't say trademark 180 then. He is one of the bigger 180 hitters on the circuit though.
He is, yeah.
Justicia 5-1 up on Kim Hybrex. There it is. Gervin had a 9 darter. Did he actually? No.
Barney has won. We'll get the Barney alarm again today. Josh Rock averaging 5, but trails Jules Van Dongen. Ryan, God wasn't born in Nottingham. Don't be silly. He went to uni there. He's too posh for that.
Hang on, I was born in South London, you cheeky bugger. Too posh. Yeah, I was born in South London, lived just outside of Oxford since I was 2, and then moved to Nottingham for uni 2013 and never left. Too expensive to go home. Calling me posh. I live in Andover.
Nothing posh about Andover.
Yeah, the sign that says thanks for coming.
Yeah.
I told you there'd be a night when we weren't able to watch every single game, didn't I?
I mean, I'm in the process of buying my flat, and literally what I'm putting down as a deposit, if I moved up north, I could what I'm putting down as a deposit, I could buy the whole flat for exactly the same thing.
What a street here. Nottingham was on the up a couple of years back, but the last 3 years it's just taken a hit in every single poll, every single metric. And I'm still paying ridiculous levels of council tax. There they are. The Northerners are just creeping into the chat room. Oh, look at us. Yeah, woo. Depends what part of Nottingham you're in, Ryan, because I've been literally everywhere. I started in Clifton on campus, Radford, Hyson Green, Highbury Vale / Bulwell, Hucknall. What was after that one? What's opposite Bulwell Forest Golf Club? Rise Park, then Sherwood, then Mapley. So I'm doing all right now.
And he has Asbos in them all.
Stevenson has stolen that one. That really does hurt Matthew Dennen. But
yeah, I live by Catchers Corner once upon a time. Nottingham always has the best ratio of girls to men student-wise. Can neither confirm nor deny. It does have more places to eat and drink per person than anywhere else in the country.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, I was up by there's a park up there. I can't remember what it's called. Really windy. So I lived with my mate for a bit. Dan says it's exact opposite in the US. The north sucks and the south is great. That depends on your religion, Daniel. Teresa says she couldn't understand with my dodgy accent. I'm literally the most well-pronounced person we have in the team. Don't start. Yeah, I used to play darts for Catchums in the mixed pairs league. Bully boy for the win today again, says Jamie. Possibly. Hard to spot groups of lads in Nottingham in the 90s, just girls are rare. Yeah, that's changed. That's massively changed. It did help, though, that Trent, as a university, used to be a polytechnic and a teaching college. And traditionally, girls want to teach. Boise does not talk more proper than me, who, by the way, has snuck into the chat room. Hello, buddy. Warsaw is not the best place to be in. Played in the 6 foot. Yeah, in the mixed pairs on a Tuesday night. I played from 7-9, but yeah, I did play in the 6 foot league. For my sins. But I knew people that were in the team already when I moved to the area, so it's an excuse to get out. And I literally lived a street away from the tram, so I was right behind Oakley. No, Henry's not more well-spoken than me, and he's radio trained as well. Don't start on that. And from what I've heard, I can sing better than Henry can as well. Ricky Evans has beaten Eddie Lovely 6-3. And Josh Rock, still yet to be developed, but he's chucked a 96 average in against Jules Van Dong and wins 6-4. Warsaw accent is terrible. Hang on. Boise is in the chat room. Don't bully him too much. Yeah, it's not great here either, to be honest. I don't remember the last time I opened my curtains. It's either too bright or it's too miserable. I just put my streaming lights on all day. Unfortunately, Phil, my lunch break is very, very close to coming to an end. So I'm going to watch the end of the feature game, and I'm going to have to leave you to it. Potentially to return a little bit later. Henry should be with you in about 35 minutes.
Up until about 10 minutes ago, the Group A looked done and dusted. Now, it's wide open.
Result then for Rich Yeddow, 6-5 winner over Scott Mitchell, and Jose Justicia beating Kim Hybrex 6-4.
Before you go, who would you like to nominate for the feature game?
Danny Van Tripp versus Louis Williams, please. Oh, no. Andy Jenkins and Brett Claydon's warming up.
We're going for a bit of the King of Cosham on the stream.
Yeah. We're going with that one. Where's the... Right, folks, thank you very much for having me. I hopefully might rejoin again later. Depends what time I finish today. I don't want to step on anybody's toes either if Henry's in for the afternoon, but I'll be in the chat room milling about anyway.
Taking the mick out of him as always.
Yeah, something like that. I'll knock you all out. Right,
pleasure,
everybody.
Always.
Bye.
Right, everyone. Scott Williams, 6-1 win over Tony Martinez. Job done. Steve West, 4-0 up on Brian Roman on board number 1. Ross the Boss versus the Mullet King. Luke Woodhouse, 2 apiece with Gert Nenches. Talking about Danny Jansen, look, he's obviously a fabulous player, but I'm not convinced that wrist position is built for longevity. Jeff Smith taking the opener against Stu Wilson, and Ross Montgomery has taken the opener against Danny Jansen. Kevin Burness levels it up against Mike De Decker. That's now 2 apiece. Yep, Chizzy won. 2 seconds, and I'll tell you who it was against. I'm sure he did anyway. Yeah, Dave Chisnell beat Adam Gowler 6-zip. I know God wanted Jenks. However, I'm going to leave Henderson and Menzies up there because this could be good. We just won't tell him. Ted Everts 3-1 up on Martin Clearmacher. And Martin Lukeman has turned the game around against Stephen Burton. Burton was in control, but Lukeman has been playing some sensational stuff recently. He's in front. And also Kevin Burness has won 2 on the spin. He's now 3-2 up on Mike De Decker. Again, chat room, absolutely sensational. Steve West completes a whitewash, serves the bagel on Brian Raman, 6-0 to simply Steve West. Ollie says the Asp, he lost in the opener to Nathan Rafferty. Rafferty produced a brilliant comeback in that one. Jeff Smith has doubled his lead. He's averaging 111 right now. Bully Boy, the only one in the PL. They're sort of throwing about. Yeah, Bully Boy's the only one from the Premier League 8 that's playing today. Joe Cullen played yesterday, but he was only ever playing one day. Do I know why? What about Ollie? Rusty Jake has beaten Adam Hunt on the Geordie Shore board. 6-2 to Rusty Jake. They just wanted a rest, Ollie, the travelling. So we touched on it earlier. If you were in the Premier League, so you'd have travelled last Wednesday, played Thursday, gone to the Euro Tour Friday, Saturday, Sunday, back Monday, here Tuesday, Wednesday, Sheffield tomorrow, Prague Thursday, Friday, and so on. So a lot of them just skipped it. Just personal choice. Jamie, Joe just wanted to play one day and then have the day off before the Premier League. Any shocks? I'm not sure anything is a shock on the Pro Tour. On the floor, they all play some sensational stuff. There's a few big names. Rafferty beating Aspinall the way Aspinall's played recently. Mensur Suljovic much better today. He defeated Jeffrey Dejuan, 103 average, 6'2". But in terms of what I'd call huge shocks, maybe Dimitri van den Berg losing to Steve Lennon. Board 10, yeah, Callum Ridds was a 6'2" winner. He is. Hold on, Hendo. Hold on. Oh, Big John has come inside double 12 for the 9. Almost. When's Michael Smith on again? How late? It depends on the games in front, how long they take.
Is that it? It is. The next one is that big 3 that he hit means he might only get one shot for the match. It is only one. But he only needs the one. And that means that Kieran Tian has finished in 3rd position in Group A, and he will play.
Super stuff from Hendo. This is vintage John. 2-1 up on camera Menzies, and he is battering 180s for fun right now. Hendo warming up for the World Cup. Yeah, not great for Whitlock at the moment. Just sorting this out as well. Jose de Souza and Chris Dobie are back out in the last 64 action. De Souza has Scott Waite. Dobes has Gavin Carling. Yeah, the Ross Montgomery dart is very unique. Can Edgar win one of these, do you think? For me, not at the moment. Edgar's top game is very, very good. We've seen that. But the difference between his high-level game and his B game is the concern. When it's good, it's very good. But when it's off, it's off. Different levels and format, of course, but this reminds me of the days when fellas would plan events around British. Yeah, look, they can all play, is the thing. It's just winning ugly at times. Some do it better than others. Ross Montgomery has sealed a 6-1 win over Danny Jansen. Wayne Warren's already said he'll never do Q score again. It's just not for him. Just likes what he does in the current setup and systems that he's in. Louis Williams gets over the line 6-5. Didn't pick up any ranking money yesterday, so big result for Louis Williams. Jose de Souza has a leg back. Still trails Scott Waits 2-1. Gert Nenches has defeated Luke Woodhouse in an oval as well. Cameron Menzies trailed John Henderson 3-1. Unless this 85 goes, it could be 3 legs on the spin for Cammy. Hendo misses. Can Menzies step in? Yes is the answer. It's a break of throw and 3 legs on the spin. Suits 4-2 up on Ian White. Ian White departed first round yesterday, so it would be no ranking money for him. Darius Labanauskas, 6-3 win over Jeremy van der Winkel. Chris Dobie, 3-1 up as Jose de Souza levels. Sorry, I was looking for something else then. Jose de Souza levels up. He is 2 apiece with Scott Waits. Yeah, exactly. It is welcomed opportunities for other players. Rob Cross back out on board 9, the number 2 seed today. Jamie Clark is 3 apiece with Jake Jones on board 8. John Henderson, the setup was perfect to leave 32, but may not get a go. Doesn't get a go. Cameron Menzies is 1 away from beating John Henderson. And that is 4 legs on the spin for Cammy. Brett Claydon defeats Andy Jenkins 6-2. The writing looks on the wall for Big John. Played well early on, but Menzies is just getting the better of him here. Rafferty and Hempel underway. That should be a tidy little affair. As you asked nicely, once this one is done, we'll go with Hetter against Jim Williams. Hendo, not done yet. Still fighting. Matt Campbell didn't play today. Hendo, what he'd give for a 2 treble visit here. And he's got one. Hendo fighting for everything here. Will get a go at 98. Fabulous setup play from Cameron Menzies to leave 36. The 145 was brilliant. But 98 needs to go for 5 apiece. And Hendo would have the darts in the decider. No. Oh, Hendo. And Cameron Menzies takes it out. No problem. D6C. Rob Cross 2-0 to the good, averaging a casual 120. Chris Dobie 4-2 up on Gavin Carling. Jose De Souza and Scott Waits locked at 3 apiece. Lennon Meikle 1-1. James Wilson 1 up on Chizzy. And Dobie is now 1 away. He's 5-2 to the good. Alan Suter defeats Ian White. Jamie Clark 1 away. 5-4 up on Jake Jones. David Hatter takes the opener against Jim Williams. Florian Hempel 2 to the good against Rafferty. Bolton levels up against Sedlacek. Darren Webster leads William O'Connor 2-1. Jamie Clark seals victory 6-4 over Jake Jones. And Chris Dobie also over the line. He defeats Gavin Carling 6-2. 93 and a bit average from Dobes. Hempel is 3 up now on Rafferty. Task too big for Petretsko. A game to learn. Yeah, look, he's playing Rob Cross, who's averaging 109. So Danny Noppert produced a sensational display in round 1. Big ton-topping average. Now he's only averaging 80 against Mario van Bergengaard. 2 down. Sedlacek leads Bolton, and Roby John levels up against Bunting. Scott Waits has broken the De Souza throw. The best beard in darts. It's now 5-3 up on the special one. The number 1 seed is in danger. Meikle 2-1 up on Lennon. No, Jason Luke is not playing today. Bully Boy could win today. Yeah, absolutely. Callum Ridds, Rusty Jake warming up. That's a tidy little game. Florian Hempel racing away. He's now 4 up on Nathan Rafferty. James Wilson, 3-1 up on Dave Chisnell. The Jammy Dodger had a good run yesterday. Doing well again today. What happened to De Souza? He's still in. He's 5-4 behind to Scott Waits. I'm just keeping an eye on the live league as well. Hesser has come inside. That's twice on the stream. They've come inside on the 9. Keep an eye on this one. Scott Waits has just beaten the number 1 seed, Jose De Souza. 109 finish for Scotty to Hottie. Top half is wide open for Smith. Yep, it's looking good for.
It's got to be a 105 plus. Like that.
60.
He's not going to get the second straight win against Simon this week.
Damon Hetzer averaging 117 right now. 4-1 up against Jim Williams.
Yesterday it was 4-1 to Marsh. Brilliant display, averaging over 101 and 100% on doubles. It's been nowhere near that
51
in this game.
Remember, come and say hi, drop us a follow.
This is to win the daily table.
And like on the stream as well would be appreciated.
And to put Matthew Denon through as winner of Group A. And that is the case. So the man who damaged Matthew Denon's chances has now done him a huge favour and allowed him to play.
Nico interrupting our stream again. This is sensational from Damon Hetzer right now. Absolutely. He's missed. What's the matter with him? Cool. Henry's going to be with us in about 25 minutes or so. I'll let him tell the story when he gets on. So chat room, get yourself ready. You can ask Henry why he's running a bit late. What else have we got? William O'Connor, Darren Webster tied in at 4 apiece. Heta, another maximum, is 65 points away from a 6-1 demolition job. Jim Williams is averaging 105 and getting absolutely spanked. That's how good Heta has been. That's absolutely stunning from Damon Heta. 6-1 win over Jim Williams, and the mannerism was unreal. I'll tell you what, we'll leave this one up. These two have history at the World Championships. Here we go, everyone. Get ready. We know what's warming up. Raymond van Barneveld and Darius Labanauskas are warming up. Florian Hempel has beaten Nathan Rafferty 6-2. Sedlacek one away from beating Andy Bolton. He's 5-2 to the good Darren Webster. 5-4 up on William O'Connor. Michael Smith defeated John Michael 6-1. Robert Owen is 5-1 up on Martin Schindler. Stack Attack averaging 108. Some huge results coming in here. Ryan Meikle, 5-3 up on Stephen Lennon. And Danny Nopper is out, beaten by Super Mario 6-2. Callum Ridds 4-2 up on Rusty Jake. Dirk van Dijvenbode 4-3 up on Jack Main. James Wilson 1 away from beating Chizzy. Callum Ridds averaging a ton. He's 1 away now as well from beating Rusty Jake. Edgar, Mickey Mansell tied at 2 apiece. And Madas Rasma and Scott Williams are underway. Chisnell has one back. Back within 1. Ryan Meikle has beaten Steve Lennon. Didn't play today. That's not affected. Again, Chris Dobie a couple of wins away from pretty much guaranteeing his place at the match play. King Barry, Mensur Sulovic both contesting that final place. Barry in on count back at the moment. Richie Edhouse is in within striking distance. Vincent is winning games today as well. Ryan Meikle making a little run here for the match play. Still has work to do, but he's getting closer. Andy Bolton back to within 1 of Sedlacek. Barney and Laban are underway. And Callum Ridds sees off Rusty Jake 6'2", 102 average from the Riot. John O'Shea is getting underway against Mike De Decker on board 9 as well. Mensur Sulovic, Jeff Smith warming up. Ricky Evans, Brett Claydon, Menzies, Ed House. That should be tidy. Chat room, have you changed your mind who wins today? I would say Henry won't be too much longer. You can all ask him. Agreed. Agreed, James. That top half. Is looking Michael Smith's. I think Martin Lukeman has played some sensational stuff this year. Jamie played absolutely brilliant, qualifying for Euro Tours all over the place. Absolutely flying. Menzies, Ed House are underway. Laban has taken the opener against Barney. Jack Van Dyvenbode beats Jack Main. Great chance for Merv to make semi-finals. Get to Blackpool, yeah.
Finishes Group A campaign with a win. Double 16. Well done, Matt. And to everybody tuning in from around the world. That lovely switch as well. He's got his pick of segments on the board for that 19.
Let me look in a minute. Oh, look. So I'm just clipping at the same time. This is the last game, so you'll have my undivided attention soon.
With a win. Double 16. Well done, Matt. That's a 4-1 win, and I'm the one who said that he hasn't been putting people away quick enough. Oh, in my face. So.
Yeah, Martin Lukeman is all set to make the match play. He's currently sat 10th on the order of merit, 36,500 at the moment. I think that will be enough. Phil, do you think Scott Williams will earn his tour card without having to go to Q School? Yes, I do. So at the moment, so look, trying to see it. He's probably not going to make the match play, but the tour card race at the moment, Scott Williams. Scott Williams is currently 78th on 28,250 quid. Remember, he's not defending anything. He's not a tour card holder. So he's probably, no, he's 99% at the Worlds. He's at the Players' Championship finals. He's going to be in everything Pro Tour wise, I think. And he's qualified for Euro Tours. So he probably needs to find around maybe 20, depending on the others, may need to find between 15 and 20 grand between now and the end of the year to get into the top 64. With what he's in, I think he does it. Yeah, he also has a chance of winning the Challenge Tour. So he may not even need that. He may just do it purely off the Pro Tour. Barney, 2-1 up. I don't know, Daniel, because it's a tough situation. So if you're in the top, if you get in the top 64 without a tour card, you only get a 1-year card. You don't get that 2-year freebie. Where if he wins the Challenge Tour, he would get the 2-year freebie. So I don't know which one would take precedent. Yeah, Grotowski and Joe Mernon, off the top of my head, have won tour cards without having to go to Q School. Is Martin Newcomb going to Blackpool, Phil? Why has he not played today? He has played today. He looks in a good position to go to Blackpool right now. He's definitely played today. Someone in the chat room, I'm sure, will help me out. So I'm just trying to multitask here. Get the last game of the Live League done and out of the way. Ricky Evans 4 up on Brett Claydon. 16th to the 24th of July. I think is that the Saturday to the Sunday? Barney leads Laman again, but it's looking as if it's going to be on throw. Thank you. So I knew he played. I've got my 2 streams lined up as well. We are all good to rock and roll. Mickey Mansell beats Matthew Edgar 6-3. Vincent Wires double 10 on the wrong side. It would have been a 1-3-7 for Big Vinny. Steve West 2-1 up, 4-2 up on Mike Kyvenhoven. Who do I think is the next world number 1 that's not currently top 16? Unfortunately, I think MVG, Price, Wright, I think the ones there are going to be there for a while. Ed has 3-2 up on Cameron Menzies. Adrian Lewis 3-0 up on Louis Williams. Josh Rock, yeah. Is that the developed Josh Rock or the... look, Josh has all the tools to go on and be a fabulous player. Callum Ridds, future world champion. Callum has the A game to be a future world champion. This is the future world champion tag gets banded around an awful lot. There are so many good players that have the game to go and be world champion, but it's having the mentality to hook it all up over 2 weeks at Ali Pali. Scott Williams just looks... Yeah, Scott Williams is a fabulous player. Jamie Hughes, Andrew Gilding tied at 5 apiece. Is Rob Cross out? No, he won his last 64 game, played well, 106 average to beat Ricardo Petresco. So voltage is still in. John O'Shea is 1 away from beating Mike De Decker. Rasma has just broken the Williams throw. Clearmaker 4-3 up on Merv King. Kyvenhoven has one back against Steve West. Yeah, my day's going all right. Cheers, Matt. It's just busy as always, but it's how we like it. Yeah, agreed. James Josh Rock might break out from the top court today. Scott Williams has broken back. That's now 4 apiece on the stream. Ryan Joyce 4-1 up on Ross Montgomery. Max Hopper's just leveled up against Neil Zonneveld. Barney has missed the dart to break, but Labanauskas has missed. Barney 25 points needed for 5-3. Big moments in our feature game. And it goes daylight. Adrian Lewis now 4-1 up on Louis Williams. Much needed. Let me have a look, Dan. I've actually thrown with Vincent's darts up close, so I know if they're the old ones or not. Let's have a look when he goes for a double next, because we'll get a zoom. I'm glad he missed tops there, because we didn't get a zoom on it. We should do now. Vincent van der Voort. Looking at tops. Let's have a look at his dart. No, they're the old ones, mate. They're the worn, old, battered ones that he always plays with. I think he may have just cleaned them up a little bit. They're definitely the old ones. And again, it's another break of throw in the Williams-Rasma game. None of them can hold. Steve West, though, is into the last 32. He beats Mike Kleimanhoven 6-3. Ryan Joyce 1 away from beating Montgomery. Menzies 1 away from the exit door as well. Richie Edhouse 5-3 to the good. Sadly, Mike De Decker has turned the game around and he defeats John O'Shea 6-5. Scott Williams could be heading for the exit door unless he can find something here, because Rasma has started with a max on his throw. Clearmacher defeats King. Missed opportunity for Mervyn King here today. Mervyn King outside the match play chances, and the way that top half would open up, that's a huge opportunity missed from Merv. Vincent van der Voort is just growing into this game. Josh Rock he's found a hold of throw, but it was uncomfortable. Does Vincent miss darts? Does he miss a dart at the ball? Yes, he does. The wily old character that is Vincent van der Voort won't go away, but Madars Rasma has defeated Scott Williams on the stream. So look at Menzies. Edhouse 42 to win it. Menzies is sat on a double. And it goes. Richie Edhouse marches on. Cameron Menzies departs. Adrian Lewis defeats Louis Williams 6-1. Jeff Smith is 4-3 up on Mensur Sulovic. As we go around the boards, and board 15, we have a result as well. Ross Montgomery is out. Ryan Joyce, a 6-1 winner. Vincent van der Voort missed the dart to break the Josh Rock throw in the last leg, and now it's the van der Voort throw that is under the cosh. Rock is on 60, and I think Vincent's missed another dart at the ball for 1, 2, 3. Josh Rock breaks. Barney is through, takes out the 96 in 3 to beat Labanauskas. And there we'll go and have a look at Justicia and Sousa. And Sousa does take a 2-1 lead. Again, come and say hi in the chat room. Anything, we'll try and answer for you. Josh Rock is 130 points away from seeing off Van der Voort. But slip visit of 21. Has that just opened the door for a Vincent Van der Voort comeback? Van der Voort looking at 144 to get the break back. But only a visit of 44 hands the momentum back to Josh Rock. $109 to win it. Tees up tops. So Van der Voort, a ton. And he's gone round the board. He's missed darts. So Josh Rock coming back for 3 clear darts in hand. And next on the streaming board will be Damon Hetter and Raymond van Barneveld. Josh Rock has missed match darts. Can Vincent find double 5 to get within 1? This has to go because I don't think you'll get another go, Vincent. And he's bust. We'll have a look at the stream in a minute to see how he busts, but he does and faces the exit door because Josh Rock has defeated him 6-3. Let's just have a look to see how he busts it. Come inside 5s, down, hit the big 3 and then came inside the double 1. Josh Rock gobbled up the opportunity. Suits 3-1. Michael says, any update on the Grand Prix venue? Not as yet. They're still looking and trying to sort something, mate. James says, spot the seed in the top half. It is seed again. What's the German team as it stands? I think it will be Clements and Schindler. It's definitely Clements. Yeah, Clements and Schindler. Keane Barry has seen off Gert Nench's 6-3. So much needed run for Keane Barry. Barry Keane just had a little bit of a slip, a little bit of a dip in form, but just playing his way back in and around. Cheers, Cameron. Thank you very much. Dozer lost to Michael Smith, but it was better from Durrant. Michael, we don't. The PDC haven't confirmed it yet about Wade, but his game's been pulled from the betting, and the fact he was still in Germany today suggests that I can't see him being there. So that's the way it is. Right, folks, we are going to grab a quick ad break and we'll be back on the other side of these. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and if by magic Henry is in. How we doing, buddy? Oh, have you muted yourself, Henry?
I have muted myself. Oh, it's been one of them days, Phil. One of them days. I somehow managed to lock myself out of my own home.
Fabulous.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm beyond saving at this point, I think.
Yeah. One of them. It happens, mate. It happens.
It did look weird. It looked as if I was breaking into my own home. That did look weird. Unsuccessfully, I may add as well. That's the worst thing.
Yeah, not even a good burglar.
I'm like them out of Home Alone too.
The other stream game is the All Geordie affair, the Battle of Bedlington. It's Dobie against Rids.
Order a Palmer in for that one.
Yeah. Suits is on the brink. Again, chat room, welcome along. Chat room's been on fire today.
Let's have a little scroll in.
We had Gob drop in for an hour on his lunch.
Yeah, I'm here with you for the next few hours or so. Got a nice lasagna waiting downstairs, which is probably now burnt. Which is annoying because lasagna night in this household is the highlight of the week.
Nice. I'm still in two minds whether to drive to Sheffield tonight or tomorrow morning.
Depends whether you've got digs to stay at in Sheffield.
Before I can book Suits wins. I'm just looking now. I'm just going to book something. But it's just a case of whether I just do it, get up there, or go tomorrow.
I mean, Sheffield probably from us is about 4 hours, maybe 4.5.
I can do it in, I reckon, just over 3.
Fair enough, fair enough. Always doing 70, of course.
Oh, of course.
Chief, I reckon it'd be one of those chats where you could probably leave at 11 and get there for mid-afternoon, probably grab a bite to eat and then straight to the venue, I reckon.
Yeah.
It's probably the edge of overnight, isn't it, from where we are? I think anything north of that, then you probably are looking at staying the night before kind of thing, like Newcastle and places like that. But Sheffield's one of those weird ones, isn't it, in South Yorkshire?
Yeah, to be fair, normally 9 times out of 10, I always drive back because I hate driving the next morning because the traffic's just awful.
Yeah.
So even from Liverpool or Manchester, I was just driving home and getting home at 3, 4 in the morning because it's just easier than trying to do it.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's not too bad because you dose yourself up on caffeine to work anyway, and you just have a quick cup of coffee on the way back, and then if you feel a bit tired, stop halfway, have a quick half-hour break, and then back home. It's kind of how I usually do it with a football and a long Tuesday night fixture.
Yeah.
And it's much cheaper.
To be fair, mine's not too bad because mine just goes against my tax bill.
Good old tax man.
No, it is. I remember the first year, obviously, first year I was self-employed. Going back, I used to think like that, thinking, "Oh no, I'm not going to pay that." And the tax man was like, "Yes, you just outlay it." The accountant's like, "It's tax deductible. Just do it." All right.
Yeah. It's the only problem with getting it done on behalf of a company is they'll outlay what you really should be spending, what you shouldn't be spending. That's the only issue when you actually freelance. You can actually go yourself in terms of you can actually go yourself kind of thing. You're not working on behalf of a company. It's not too bad because you say you can offset it. But when you're freelancing and the company book it for you and whatever, it can be a pain in the back. So I remember having to do a game up at Sunderland on a Saturday. And I stayed in Newcastle. I said to them, I'm going to have to stay 2 nights. Simple as that, because you can't get a train back straight after the game. It's just impractical. And I had to pay for the second night. To be fair, I'm glad I did pay for the second night because Saturday night in Newcastle isn't quiet.
No, it's a belter of a night. Jamie Clark is one away from beating
fans there.
Yeah. Beating Martin Lukeman is interesting. Jumping back into the chat room. What have we got? Dan says, having seen the Matt Porter interview, curious as whether Bournemouth would be considered for a possible venue once again. Was a regular in the Premier League, just got booted. For the Premier League, Dan, it's too small. We've spoken to Matt about it before. It's just too small for a Premier League venue now. I think it only holds about 1,200.
Yes, it's definitely less than 2,000.
Yeah, that's the reason it got axed from the Premier League, purely because it was too small, mate.
However, I think it'd be a great venue for, say, they brought back something like the Champions League or darts or something like that. It'd be great for a summer tournament. Say you had something early September, because the BIC is right on the seaside. So it'd be absolutely perfect for a summer tournament.
Great venue. It's just too small for the Premier League. Cameron says, where are you guys from? I'm based in Andover, Hampshire, and Henry's based in Portsmouth, Hampshire.
So basically the opposite sides of the county.
Yeah, opposite sides, same county, but opposite sides. I'm the north of the county, Henry's the south.
Basically, we're as far away as we possibly can be.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm literally on the Hampshire-Wiltshire border, and you're pretty much on the Hampshire-Sussex border.
I'm on the Hampshire and the People's Republic of the Isle of Wight border. You have to get a passport to go over there.
James says, not sure 35 will be enough for the match play after today. Yeah, there's people are gaining now because of all the seeds dropping today.
And this was always going to be the problem, wasn't it? Well, not a problem. Problem's the wrong word, but we said yesterday, didn't we, that it opens up doors and opportunities for players, because if someone gets a nice draw, then it opens up, because you haven't got to play, well, any of the Premier League boys. I don't know whether Michael Spit, I say I'm completely out of the loop. I don't know whether Michael has decided to play today or not.
Yeah, he's in.
He has.
Yeah.
So apart from Michael, you've got nobody else there from the Premier League 8.
He's got a great chance of going back to back as well. He's in the top half, and I can't see him not making the final.
And we said at the start of the week, some people question, why is he playing it? Well, this is exactly why, because if he goes back to back, he goes in tomorrow filled with confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm just having a quick look now.
Go on, mate.
I'm looking at it now. I reckon Martin Lukeman's probably in the last safe spot, I'd say. I think the race is from Brendan Dolan downwards. I think Brendan probably is in, but he just needs a couple of results to shore it up. But definitely Chris Dobie down there in a race.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think 11 up are okay.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, as well, that from 11 up, I expect them to pick up money as well within the remaining Pro Tours. If it's just a little bit here and a little bit there, I expect that 36.5 to be around 38 by the time they get to the match play.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that'll upset that pack is if someone from completely nowhere goes on and wins a Euro Tour. That's the only thing that'll upset that current figure.
Yeah.
And how likely that is. suddenly Jim Williams, who looked like he a few weeks ago was in a great position to qualify for the match play, suddenly drifted himself right out of it.
Yeah, no, agreed. James says, small part of 24K to go back to back for 2 days work close to home, not to be sniffed at. No, absolutely.
No. And of course, he's won more money yesterday than what anyone will get for winning the Premier League tomorrow. So,
yeah. Oh, just lost Streamboard 1. Oh, it's back. Gremlins in
death,
Wigan.
taxes, and the loss of the stream board.
Yeah.
See what, Mike Dedecker will count himself a bit unlucky on board 9. He's 5-0 down to Rob Cross, and he's averaging 101.82. Rob Cross at the minute, 105.84. And a good game on board 12. Robert Owen's going for it, isn't he, this week? Last 32 yesterday, back in the last 32 today. Cheering up on Ricky Evans with 106.46 average.
Yeah, big result as well. Jamie Clark has just beaten Martin Lukeman in a noble. Dobie has missed a dart for 2-2 and is punished by Callum Ridds. Barney is 2-0 up on Heta. Yeah, Heta's only averaging 83 at the moment. This is a very un-Damon Heta performance.
Someone's put the aircon on in Wigan because the heat is just off at the minute.
Yeah, he played beautifully earlier on. So, bit of a blip.
And I think he's one of those players internally. We said yesterday, didn't we, about players you'll look at this week as opportunities. He must have been one that thought, I've got a great chance. Obviously made the semis yesterday, but a great chance of mopping up a title somewhere along the line here.
Yeah, completely.
And of course, victory here would put him... I mean, he still would have a bit of work to do to catch Ryan Searle in 16th place, but would give him a good enough opportunity to give it a right good go.
Yeah.
Of course, he gets to the final, he will be the #1 unseeded player on the Pro Tour Order of Merit for the World Match Play. Of course, it doesn't mean anything because they're all the same unseeded players, but it's some coup de grace to have.
Yeah.
Make that 3-0 to Barney against Damon Heta. Jeff Smith, 2-up on Florian Hempel. He needs to pick up some results. He's another player in danger of losing his tour card this year. 80 Baby is looking okay. 3-up on Karol Sedlacek. Ryan Meikle, 2-up on Ryan Joyce. Steve West, 2-1 in front against Scott Waits. Madars Razma is in front against Stephen Bunting by the same scoreline. Chris Dobie's pulled one back to make it 4-2 against Callum Ridds in the Battle of Bedlington. Josh Rock's 3-1 up now against James Wilson. He's taken the 4th. Barry Keane. Sorry, Keane. Oh, no, I've done it now. King Barry is one that against Dirtman Divan Boda. Martijn Kleermaker 4-3 up and down west. So Robert Owen 3-2 up on Ricky Evans. I was bound to do that at some point.
The classic. To be fair, we'll put that as feature game as well. We'll go a bit of Barry Keane against Dirk.
Put it this way, if you're flicking through the channels and you saw this on your telly, you wouldn't mind watching this, would you?
No, if we played at a good pace.
Be animated.
Yeah.
Meadows Rasman now 4-1 up on Stephen Bunting with 109.63 average. The Latvian is on fire today. Callum Ritz now 1 away against Chris Dobie, and Martijn Kleermaker is into the last 16. He's beaten Dan Webster by 6 legs to 3 on board 3. Fantastic victory that for the Dutchman. Whereas for Adrian Lewis, he's fallen up on Karel Sedlacek. He needs a good one today just to keep himself in that comfortable enough position in the race for the match play. Remember, the events are ticking down for qualification.
Potential, as James has just said there, Barney jackpot last 16. Who wouldn't like that?
I think that might be a streaming board game, the cynic in me thinks.
Yeah. Michael Smith behind to Ed House.
It looks like a good quality game, that.
It does look good.
Meanwhile, a good friend of ours, Robert Owen, is a leg away from beating Ricky Evans and getting into the last 16 here on board 12. He made the last 32 yesterday. He could be going one step better this time round. And I've got to be honest, this last few months, I think he's been playing the best darts of his career, and that includes when he was a tour card holder.
Yeah. Callum Ridge defeats Chris Dobie 6-2 in the Battle of Bedlington. If Lewis wins today, I reckon that pretty much guarantees Blackpool. Oh, Christ. If he wins today, absolutely. Yeah. If he wins today, that puts him on 43. That's comfortable enough. That put him
He
fifth.
can go on holiday.
Yeah. Yeah. But Barney has just been broken. Heta back to 3-2, and now he's throwing for 3 apiece. And Michael Smith is on the hill as well.
Tell you what I found interesting. Just having a look at the World Championship race. And I tell you what, Simon Whitlock, who's outside the top 32, so won't be seeded, is precariously placed on the Pro Tour Order of Merit, placed 30 of the 32. Now, that's not a nice place to be. And if he doesn't get into the World Championships, his ranking will absolutely plummet.
Correct.
And he's defending semi-finals, isn't he? In the Grand Slam and in the Grand Prix. No, not the Worlds, but in the Grand Slam, he's defending a semi-final. Yeah. Match play is defending, is he a quarter-final in the Grand Prix, something similar?
Let's have a look.
He went on that run, didn't he, 2 years ago, where he kept beating Van Gerwen and everything.
So yeah, well, this year he's defending 65% of all of his money. So coming up, he's defending 43.5 grand at the Slam, 25 at the match play, 25 at the Grand Prix, and 25 at the Worlds.
And if he doesn't qualify for the match play, doesn't qualify for the Grand Slam, doesn't qualify for the World Grand Prix, that puts a lot of weight on that World Championship.
Oh, huge.
You know, he's not going to lose his tour card. He's way too comfortable for that, but he'll put himself in a precarious position next year, even though he wouldn't have much to defend.
Michael Smith needs to find something here to take us to a Noble. It would be a break if he can find it, and he would have the darts in the decider. But only 57 leaves the door open for Ed House again. But Ed House can't find a treble either. Huge opportunity for Michael Smith to level up at 5 apiece. What's Bully Boy got? And what maximum? That'll do.
Thank you very much.
So double 15 for 5 apiece. And Bully Boy would, he does go and he has the darts. Hold on. What does he kick off? 95. He'll take that. Damon Hector has won 4 legs on the spin.
And more importantly, the average has gone up from about, what was it, about 82, 83, something like that. And it's gone up to just under a ton. So in those legs, he has found a proper spurt. Barney's kind of played at the same level. He hasn't flatlined at all. He's stayed as he is. Whereas Damon Hector's brought the average up and then some.
Opportunity, though. Ed House. He's carving an opportunity. He's down to 128. Bully Boy wants the big fish to win it. But Ed House will be thinking, I fancy getting a go here. I don't know if Michael Smith's hit a 140 to leave 30 or whether he's gone treble 20 and gone in the small 20 going for the ball. We'll never know. But Ed House, oh, Michael Smith gets away with it. Bully Boy's still there.
And talking about players feel on a Noble, Josh Rock has done exactly the same. So he is into the last 16. He's having a fantastic first year on the PDC Tour. And the honeymoon relationship with the PDC continues. He's into the last 16. Can he win his first PDC senior title today? He's got every chance.
Oh, I tell you what, can we get Gobcam on if Josh Rock's in the final?
Get Gob on comms.
Florian
That
Hempel is
maybe
one
tucked
away.
into my burnt lasagna, and that might be giving me a laugh.
Next, get Rob Cross, Callum Ridds. That'll do. That's not a bad one.
We know what we're putting on the feature. Just dialing into Hector RVB for a second. Hetter's on 240, Barney on 144. Barney has the darts here trailing by 5 legs to 3. So needs to win the lot from here. Have to break Heta in the next leg, and will get 6 darts from 144 to get the job done in this one with the darts. Heta averaging 101, Barney averaging a ton bang on. Good quality game. Heta's brought the average up dramatically, though. It was about 83 in the early exchanges as Barney really took advantage in those opening few legs. Heta looking to square off this 180. Barney left on 86. He doesn't. 45 leaves 135. So Van Barneveld wants 86 to bring us back to 5-4. And does it in 2 darts. So now this is the leg for Damon Heta. He has the darts to seal a 6-4 victory against the 5 times world champion.
No. Callum Ridge doesn't play on the Dev Tour. Gobby's not allowed because he's in the top 32.
Is that because he's fully developed?
Yeah, he's developed. Steve West, 1 away from a last 16 today. Good improvements from Simply Steve.
We were talking about him yesterday, a player who needs to pick up a few results here and there. This would be a very positive start for him.
Steve West is
Meanwhile
into
here,
the last 16. Go on, Henry.
I was going to say, congratulations to Steve West, but it's got weights. We look as if he might be coming towards the tail end of Heta against Van Barneveld. Head on 201 with the darts. Hits a ton to lead 101. Barney back on 216. Needs a 2 treble visit here. He's trailing 5-4. Heta has the darts in this, the 10th leg. If Barney breaks, he will have the darts in the decider and hits a ton forward to leave 76. So your sense is 101 for Damon Heta might have to go. This is for the match and for a place in the last 16, a Players' Championship 15 in Wigan. You wait the refresh. $85 leaves 16s. He may have had a dart. Barney, 76 to take us all the way for a break of throw. And does it 2 darts. That is clutch from the 5-time world champion Raymond Van Barneveld. Breaks Damon Heta in leg 10, which means he has the darts in the decider.
Dan is in as well. Hope you are good, mate. Dan was loving the Geordie Shore board today as well.
Palmo in hand. Next time I'm up there, I'm going to have to try one. I've never actually had one. I'm going to have to try it.
It's a staple part of the cuisine up there.
Remember working in a previous job, we used to go out for a curry night whenever we played up north. And I remember one of our directors having a Parmo curry, which was interesting.
Alan Sousa on a bit of a run today as well. He's 4-2 up on Mickey Mansell. But all eyes on the stream board. And who is it advantage? Is it advantage Heta or advantage RVB, Henry?
Well, at the moment, it's advantage RVB. 93 leaves 130 on throw. We'll get a poke at it with Heta back on 2-5-3. Scoring visits in this leg. Van Barneveld 80, 58, ton 40, 93. Heta 93, 60, 95. But a big ton 40 there for Damon Heta. Keeps Barney honest. Leaves himself on 113 after 12. But Raymond Van Barneveld will get a first go at 130 for the match. Damon Heta was 5-4 up. Barneveld broke in the last, only hits 58 for 72. So Heta wants 113 for the match. It's a complete victory over the 5 times world champion. He did go behind early on. He's dragged his way back into the match. 81 leaves 32. So this has to go 72 here for Raymond van Barneveld to seal a 6-5 victory in a top quality match against Damon Heta. 66 leaves 6. So Barney has missed match darts. Damon Heta wants 32 to seal it. Double 16 he wants. And he gets second dart in hand. Raymond van Barneveld had his opportunities to win this match. They've come and they've gone. And Damon Heta, the Heat, has picked up the pieces. He blew hot towards the end after a sluggish start, but he is through to the last 16. He averages 96 and 97 respectively, but it is the Aussie who's into the last 16.
Just watching on the stream as well, and Barney missed 2 match darts as well. One inside 6s, and then the one at 3s wasn't very close. Heta marches on.
And one man who could be marching on is another one from that northeast triangle, Ryan Joyce, because he's left himself on double 8 after 15 in the decider against Ryan Meikle. Meikle back all the way on 203. Don't know where you want to go with the feature game first quickly, Phil.
I was going to say, Dirk has just pinned 1-2-1 to defeat Barry Keane 6-3. Wasn't the best towards the end. It started well, averages dipped, but Dirk is into the last 16.
Meanwhile, Meikle's hit 140 to make this 16 on it to Ryan Joyce, which he gets last dart in hand. So Relentless is through to the last 16. Another player who needs a big week on the Pro Tour, especially in races for the World Championship and Players' Championship finals. Well, Relentless is through, squeezes his way through. He is a winner by 6 legs to 5.
Ryan Joyce is a funny one. He'll pop up every now and then and have a good run, whether that's on the Pro Tour or on the TV, but he just disappears for long periods of the season.
But when he does show up, as you say, he shows up and he'll either win something or he'll get to a quarterfinal of a TV event. It's like he just can't.
Yeah.
There's no in the middle with him.
Yeah, I say, when he's on, double 16 hitting, it's just relentless, hence the nickname. But,
yeah.
like you say, he just vanishes for long periods of the season.
And it's frustrating because you know the quality of player he is, but it's I suppose it's like a lot of players in around that part of the system. You know what they can produce, but it's that consistency that at times they lack.
Yeah. Jamie Hughes halfway to a last 16 place as well. But Mickey Mansell's making a fight of this. And this 88 is a little bit more uncomfortable because of that 140. Mansell on a 2-darter, it doesn't go. So Mansell to break back for 4 apiece, and then he has the darts. But missed opportunity for Mickey Mansell. Robert Owen on stream board 2 next against Dirk.
Go on the stack attack. Mind you, just look at the games warming up. Rob Cross, Callan Ridds, Damon Heta, A.D. Lewis. Thank you very much.
I'm trying to think what they're going to put as stream games, because Ridds was on the stream last time, so was Heta, and they're two superb games. So I'm not sure.
2 games of the round.
Yeah.
probably end up getting Mario van der Bajada. Is it like the Riley's UK Open qualifiers? So whenever Robert Owen qualifies and plays for the Pro Tour and he's on the stream, he's got to wear the grey Online Darts Live League shirt, a shirt a la Riley's. Sure, sponsors won't mind.
Am I come from the back tomorrow night? Yeah, I think we'll beat Arsenal tomorrow.
See, I've got that as a draw.
I just don't think they're great defensively.
They're not. But I think in attack, the only issue is, as bad as they are in defence, is how good they are in attack. That's the issue.
We've done all right defensively though recently. Conte's sort of like had an influence, and Sergio Romero looks absolute top class all of a sudden. So the thing is as well, if we beat them, I think they'll drop points against either Newcastle or Everton as well.
Well,
I don't see them beating both
games because, I mean, Everton's probably the toughest game you can have on the last day because most likely they're going to be scrapping for something to survive. And as we know, that's having a team.
Yeah. Does Clearmaker have an official nickname? No, we just call him the serial killer. He's got that evil stare. He's staring down the treble 20. It's like, ooh, I want to mess with you.
Richard Veenstra's got that intense stare, hasn't he, as well?
You just know with Veenstra, he'll play well 1 minute, but you just know the next game's going to be absolute pony. It's just Richard Veenstra's career.
He's a bit of consistency away from being a top player.
Yeah. Oh, the top end game is right up there, but he you just know he'll play well and he just doesn't back it up. We've seen it so many times. He'll put in an absolute blistering performance, and then the next one's an absolute pile of
something.
Yeah.
Well, we're just waiting on one more game before we get the last 16 underway as Mario van der Bajada against Max Hopp. And wait no more, because Max Hopp's decent enough week here in the Pro Tour has come to an end by the Belgian. He wins 6-3 and progresses through to the last 16. So that rounds off the last 32, where it's been victories for Steve West, Alan Suter, Martijn Kleermaker, Josh Rock, Michael Smith, Florian Hempel, Jamie Hughes, Rob Cross, Callan Ridds, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Robert Owen, Damon Heta, Adrian Lewis, Ryan Joyce, Stephen Bunting, and now Marion van der Bajada, which means our quarterfinals are warming up. And these are the games that are warming up as the tournament hots up. Rob Cross takes on Callan Ridds, Damon Heta against Adrian Lewis, Dirk van Dijvenbode against Robert Owen, and Martijn Kleermaker up against Josh Rock. Don't be surprised to see Kleermaker Rock on the stream.
Rock was the game before against Vincent. I reckon we might get Western Suter or
bit of rogue darts,
or Smith against Super Mario.
Well, Mario doesn't get much stream time, so it may not be the worst choice.
But it should be Heta Lewis.
Oh,
but I don't think it will.
Shadow of a doubt.
But I don't think it will.
We've got to make it fair, haven't you? Even though you want to see the best games, you have to kind of even itself out, haven't you, at some point, some way. Which is why I wouldn't mind seeing Kleermaker on there. But obviously, if Rock's been on there, then it makes sense to give someone else a go.
Nah, I'm all about just
Hempel
whacking the best
Hughes?
game. I hope not. I like Yoza. I find him a hard watch though. So, who wins from here then, chat room? Who are you going for? Who floats your boat from here? I think.
I mean, you got two obvious names in there.
Yeah.
But this could be the kind of day that Dirk might fancy.
Yeah. Juanita says, you know me, Phil, Hatter through and through. Yep, we know Juanita. Only going one place. Charlie says Josh Rock with the eyes. Get ready, Gob. Dan also says Josh Rock to win from here. Then we've got MDA came on 18, says Suits to get off the mark, but I think Van Dyvenbode. Jason Backcross at 16-1. So I hope he can do it. He's played well today, Rob.
If Josh Rock does win, he will be in the provisional match play field. He will just edge out Barry King Barry, whatever his name is. Done it again. What's going on today?
I can just imagine Dart's Twitter if Josh Rock wins.
Gob's Twitter, you mean? This should be a stream game as well, so we'll put this as the feature for the moment. Yeah, but remember, we can't show them too many times in one day.
We got Jack says Rids, Sam, Dirk not played well today, but has the ability to turn it on. When Dirk usually averages under 7 across 7 games. Stephen, I think Stack Attack takes it. That'd be a turn up for a non-tour card holder. Good. Laura says we're biased, but Suits and Rock. Curtis, would be good to see AD win today. Dan says I think the winner comes from Cross Rids.
Not a bad shout.
Yeah, I know, Mike. I'm just glancing between all streams, so I just look between the stream laptop and the other one. It is Smith Super Mario on the other stream board.
Makes sense for me. You got the favourite for the competition, and obviously, as far as the streaming providers are concerned, you want to show as many faces as possible. So that makes sense as a second game.
Don't agree with it.
That's my diplomatic media manager's hat on.
Yeah, the one that you actually want to watch, you're thinking, what the effing hell is this?
It's like at the start of the season, Sky and BT have got to put a certain quota of Burnley and Norwich games on, so they leave Man City against, I don't know, someone like Tottenham on 3 o'clock on a Saturday.
Yeah. You get the quota of Norwich and Burnley games done by the end of October.
That's what made me laugh about that Super Sunday the other way. They had Man City and Liverpool on as the second game, and then they had Norwich Burnley on the first. To be fair, it was the first Premier League game where they actually showed no analysis. Midway through the game, they just had a box in the middle showing the game, and they just had Roy and Mike having a go at each other about Liverpool. However, Josh Rock here is making quite serene progress against Martijn Kleermaker. 115.61 average and is leading 3-0 against the Dutchman. 89.08 average. Just cannot get a look in. At the minute, the Irishman is storming towards a place in the final 8.
I wonder if Gob's watching at the moment.
We'll soon find out. Well, not a very inspiring opener between Damon Hector and Adrian Lewis. There must have been some shenanigans on the doubles because Hector leads 1-0, but the average is 75 and 77, admittedly early stages, but that must have been a rough opening leg.
Yeah.
You know, turning into you and me on the doubles.
Streamboard 2 running riot.
He's living up to the nickname, 107.35. Cross is averaging just under a ton himself, but well, he's averaging on the ton now, and he just cannot get a look in.
Oh, good old Robert Owen has got the Live League logo on his shirt.
I saw Nathan Gervin had exactly the same when he nailed the 9.
Yeah.
Representing the badge. Is it a bit like the Stone Island of darts? You've got to make sure you get the badge in no matter what.
Yeah, no. Stephen, it's not a problem with Rock. It's a problem with the system. And I'm with Gob as well. The system isn't right. That once you get your tour card and you are playing the elite every week, you're qualifying for Euro Tours, you're winning on the Euro Tour, you're winning on the Pro Tour. To then go back and bash up some 16-year-old lad on the Dev Tour isn't right.
No, and again, at the end of the day, Josh Rock's got an opportunity to earn some money, win some darts matches. You don't blame him for doing that. It's the way it's orchestrated.
It's not Josh's fault. He's just playing the system in his advantage, as every player does. Is the thing.
Yeah.
Sam, if you listen to me, even when I was when I worked for Live Darts, I was forever complaining about Dimitri and Luke at 24 playing on the Dev Tour. The system hasn't worked for years. Once you are a tour card holder, that's it. For me, you're developed. Where at the moment, the only rule is once you're in the top 32, you can't play on the Dev Tour. So take Callum Ridds, for instance, because he's the prime one. Technically, age-wise, he could play on the Dev Tour. But because he's in the top 32, he can't. So, say he, I know he's not, but say he was in and around the top 32. 1 week he could drop out and play on the Dev Tour, play on the next Pro Tour, go back into the top 32 and can't play. How ridiculous is that?
Especially if they backdate the rankings.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say, maybe World Youth Championship, if they're outside the top 64 and they're under the specified age, I maybe for that one-off event, I wouldn't mind too much.
Yeah, the World Youth Championship is different. That's for me. That's a separate event. But the actual Dev Tour,
which is why yesterday my Grand Slam argued, because they're getting 2 spots via the World Youth Championship, if they're going back to the old system, I'd rather there be maybe a couple more spots come through from the Challenge Tour potentially.
yeah.
But all 8 games here are underway. Josh Rock got off to a flying start against Martijn Kleermaker, but Kleermaker's holding himself in here, 4-3 in that one. That's probably the most developed game as of yet, no pun intended. Callan Ritz is 3-1 up on Rob Cross, make that 4-1 for him at 48. Damon Hetter 2-1 up on Ailey Lewis. Robert Owen, Dirk Van Dyvenbode 1 apiece. Jamie Hughes 1 up on Florian Hempel. Ryan Joyce exactly the same against Stephen Bunting. Steve West, Alan Suter, Michael Smith, Mario van der Harder are both in their opening legs.
Yeah, 100%. On it's the system's fault.
The single UK ticket holder has claimed the record-breaking £184 million Euro Millions jackpot. I can confirm that it wasn't me.
No, however, I did get a tad excited when I woke up to the email from the lottery saying I'd won. However, it wasn't 184 million. It was like £4.60, whatever it was.
That's okay. That'll go some way towards paying for the snack on the way to Sheffield tomorrow.
Yeah.
Pay for the motorway Greggs. Well, this is just a bit good from Callan Ritz here. 5-1 up on Rob Cross. 103.77. Cross 101.96 himself. And he kicks off ton 40. Cross has to break in this leg. Well, he has to break 3 times in this match. Such is the dominance of the Geordie ace.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam, we get that, and that's what we're saying. We've been saying this for years, that it's not right that the players can abuse the system. It's not we're not blaming the players, we're blaming the system that's not right.
And it is a shame because they're the ones that are caught in the middle of the crossfire.
Yeah.
No, it's exactly the same as we spoke about Scott Williams not being a tour card holder, but he is a de facto tour card holder because he's top of the Challenge Tour, so he'll pretty much get invited into every single players championship event, gets into most Euro Tour events, but has the freedom to play in whatever other events outside the PDC system he really wants to.
Yeah, and this is what tour card holders lower down are now actually moaning about that this golden ticket that it's been sold as isn't, because players that don't have a tour card are actually in a better position and earning more money is the thing, and they get more opportunities because they can play in everything.
And snooker's having this similar conversation as well, aren't they? Which is quite interesting to read into.
Yeah. Callum Ridge does get over the line, but we'll come back to that. Yeah, and this is the thing, that more players are actually speaking out about it, that it's not the be-all and end-all actually having a tour card anymore.
Exactly. I mean, I say look at Scott Williams, can play on the Pro Tour. He'll play Challenge Tour, pretty much mops up the Challenge Tour, plays in the Live League, plays a bit of WDF stuff, may play some ADC stuff as well this year. He pretty much can play in any tournament he so wants to.
Yeah.
Josh Rock is into the quarterfinals. He's beaten Martijn Kleermaker by 6 legs to 4, 101.5 average for the Irishman. He is into the last 8. Talking about a player without a tour card, playing on the Pro Tour, Robert Owen has got an uphill task from here, averaging 89.4, 4-1 down to Dirk van Dijvenbode, who's averaging 102.5.
Sam, I just don't get your point. But the fact that for Gert Nenchers, that is helping him to go and hit those averages on the Dev Tour, because he's playing against all the big players. He's then going back and smashing up 16, 17-year-olds with these averages. Philip says, do you think tour card holders should be allowed to play the WDF in the Live League? Just my opinion, that the PDC have to protect their brand, and I understand why they do it. But I think from 65 to 128, you shouldn't have the same restrictions as 64 to 1. I think there should be more flexibility for the ones down the rankings to be able to go and play in other stuff.
Yeah, I'd say probably if you're below 64 in the rankings and you're not a first-year tour card holder, you've got to be in your second-year rotation onwards. Then I think you should be allowed a certain number of events that you can play elsewhere. So you get a cap number. So it's not as if you're playing in everything. So it still helps the PDC to protect their brand to a certain extent. So it's not every single event someone's playing, and they're allowed a quota of so they can play in up to 5 events outside the system or something like that. That would probably be the best middle ground, I'd say, in that argument.
Yeah. You can argue all you want that the development tour allows Dimitri, Luke, Humphreys, Michael Smith, probably Josh Rock, learn how to win. Yeah, but I can argue all I want, but it's not right. The development tour, once you have a tour card, you're developed. You are at the peak. You're on the Pro Tour. You can't get any higher than that. So how are you meant to develop more once you're on the Pro Tour? That's the pinnacle. You can't go any higher.
It doesn't help players further down. It doesn't help the players further down if they're playing players and they're getting beaten up, because if you're losing, say, to, and again, I don't want to use him. I'll tell you what, any Pro Tour players, I don't want to name names. It doesn't help those players further down. If you had a development tour, say that you had under 25s that are tour card holders that are able to play in events against themselves, I think we're then having a different argument about helping those players to develop against fellow PDC pros. It's the issue is when you're playing against 16, 17-year-olds who are starting out in the game and trying to earn money that way. I think that's where the issue lies. And again, it's not the players' fault here. It's the way that it's the way that the current system is.
I'm just going to make up names here. So little Billy Jones has just come through the JDC Advanced Tour or the Foundation Tour, and he's going to go and do his first Dev Tour. First drums out, he plays Josh Rock, Keen Barry. Little Billy that's only ever played JDC and is trying to get to the next ladder, so the development tour is the way forward, and then goes and gets absolutely battered by someone that's probably just played Michael Van Gerwen in the Euro Tour. How is that right?
I'd say the World Youth Championship's a different beast. I don't really, to be honest, I don't care who's in that. Whoever under 25 have a go in that. That doesn't particularly bother me. But I think in terms of development tour, I wouldn't mind if the PDC pros are under the development tour age. If there was about 16 of them and they had a week, they had the Friday before Saturday and Sunday had the chance to play between each other. That wouldn't particularly bother me one bit. But it's a difficult one. Then do you see the Pro Tour players? You can give players below. It's an impossibly difficult one to decide. It's one of those where I think different people are going to have different opinions on. Where's Gob when you need him?
Yeah. Ashley says, do you guys think that the darts ranking should be changed every two? I don't like the 2-year ranking at all. Not right. Something you did 18 months ago, or even something you did 23 months ago, should have no bearing on your current status.
I think snooker's the one sport that perhaps gets the 2-year ranking on because a lot of their events, I mean, especially the ITV events, they're all based on what they've done in this current season. So, okay, it's a 2-year rankings, but to qualify for events, it's based on what you've done this season. So maybe more events based solely on the one season would help the 2-year rankings. But in general, I mean, players getting into the World Championships as the number 23 seed because they've done well 2 years ago and done nothing else feels unfair when a player who's had a great season and has to play the lottery of wondering who you get in the second round.
Yeah.
It's like going back to that race for the FedEx Cup type idea we spoke about yesterday.
Yeah.
Tell you what, though, the game on the other streaming board's not too bad. 109 Michael Smith, 102 Mario, 3-3. Ryan Joyce a leg away on the feature game against Stephen Bunting, 5-2 to Joyce. Florin Hempel also won away. He's 5-up on Jamie Hughes. This could well be a huge day for Florin Hempel. This could be a huge outcome for him.
Yeah. Sorry, Sam, I just don't agree with you at all. But the job that Steve Brown and the JDC do is absolutely superb. And I've just done your bingo there for you, Tony, as well. See, it's just tremendous the work they put in around the country with the youngsters. Florian Hempel is over the line, 6-1 over Yoza. Superb from him there. For me, it's quite simple. Once you've got a tour card, you can't play on the Dev Tour. The World Youth Championship is a one-off event. Trying to qualify for that, no issue with that at all. But the actual development tour, not for me.
The smart thing I think they've started to do is you actually look at a lot of the Dev Tour dates. I think towards at least in the summer, September time, a lot of them work around Euro tours now, don't they? And a lot of
call me a cynic,
players that we've
that's
seen
no
at
cool.
that bracket. It's not, is it? It's very smart.
Yeah,
Don't work
for
hard,
me,
work smart.
Yeah, for me, that's admitting we've got a problem, and this solves it without massively putting our hands up saying we've got a problem.
Well, it feels like there's just Euro Tour non-stop at the minute, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You won't mind Dan Dawson's there, Miles? Well, let's have a little slot into Alan Suter against Steve West, because that doesn't look like too far from concluding. Suits is a leg away, is averaging 8 points more than his opponent, Steve West. Although it is West with the darts in leg 9. Suter leading by 5 legs to 3.
To be fair, this is a good run. Both much needed run for players here as well. Suits, since the World Championships, not really been in the form he was last year, but hopefully this can reignite it. And again, a super run from Steve West,
who needs this run because he's one of those players that are hanging on that 64 periphery potentially. But this is a good leg to try and win the match for Alan Suter. Ton 40, 131, leaving 130 after 9.
It's tidy.
Will be under pressure. Western 136, but it's Suter with with first poke at 130. Only needs the one treble here, of course. 58 leaves 72. So this 136 for Steve West may have to go. Doesn't. 76 leaves 60. So Suter has 72 for the match for place in the quarterfinals on the back of a much needed run today.
Does it go? Also, Michael Smith broke Super Mario, but then Mario has kicked off with a maximum on the stream game as well. So we could be heading to a noble there where Mario would have the darts, but Steve West 60 points away from another leg. It doesn't go. So Suits now has 3 match darts in hand. Also on the featured game, Ryan Joyce has the darts in an oval. It's all going on, Henry.
It is, and Alan Suter's missed all three at 32, and Steve West mops up. It's 5-4, but that was the easiest part of the job done because Alan Suter now has the darts in leg 10 to seal a 6-4 victory. We will come back to that as the leg develops. Well, let's just quickly pop back to Suter West because Suter with the darts scores of 125, 84 and a ton has left him on 192 after 9. West kicked off 140 followed by a 58 but can only follow that up with a 44. So Alan Suter will get 6 clear darts here to mop up 192 to seal a 6-4 victory and a first quarter-final of the season. 121 leaves 71, so puts himself in a good position. Steve West needs at least 2 trebles from this visit. You sense, and only gets 47, so 6 for Suter from 71 to seal a 6-4 win. Fifth one leaves 20, most likely got a dart at tops. Max here for West would leave him on double 16. Probably needs a lot, but only gets 98. So Alan Suter back for double 10 to get over the line. But he misses all 3. He's missed match darts in the last 2 legs. This would be a clutch 114 for Steve West to send Suter's hopes south, but it doesn't go. So he gets another bite of the cherry, but this one has to go. He cannot miss 3 more. But it does miss 3 more. And Steve West comes back for 56. And to incredibly win this darts match. Suter has had at least 9 darts to win this game. He hasn't taken them. But Steve West has had his opportunities and they don't go. So Alan Suter comes back for double 5. It's getting rather scrappy in this deciding leg. But Suter gets over the line in the end to seal a first quarter final of 2022. He is a 6-4 victor over Steve West. He got there in the end. Meanwhile, you can see on the feature victory for Ryan Joyce. He's a 6-5 winner over Stephen Bunting. So that concludes the round of 16. And this is what we've seen. We've seen Alan Suter beat Steve West 6-4. Josh Rock beat Martijn Kleermaker by the same scoreline. It was a last leg victory for Michael Smith over Mario van der Behade. Fluin Hempel was much easier for him against Jamie Hughes. 6-1 victory for him. It was the same scoreline in victories for Callum Ridds against Rob Cross and Dirk van Dijvenbode against Robert Owen. Damon Heta, he's through to the last 8 once again. He beat Adrian Lewis 6-2 as Surgeon Dave for jackpot. Whilst in the last leg shootout, Ryan Joyce, his good day continues. He gets the better of Stephen Bunting 6-5, which means the quarterfinals will be as follows. It goes in board order. That would mean Alan Suter takes on Josh Rock, Michael Smith against Florian Hempel, Callum Ridds, Dirk van Dijvenbode, and Damon Hetta against Ryan Joyce. That will be coming up in a few minutes' time.
Suits falls over the line. We've got some questions in the chat room as well, so I was just trying to multitask at the same time. Ashley says, thoughts on the James Wade situation? It's just purely, look, no one wants to see anyone getting ill or anything like that. I just hope James makes a quick and speedy recovery. It's just completely massively agreed. Unfortunate. Yeah. And yeah, Hendo is in the World Cup.
And look how quickly they're turning over these games. Ridds and Dijvenbode, Suter Rock warming up as we speak.
How sick is we genuinely don't know, Chris. It was just obviously the statement released today that as of this morning he was still in Leverkusen. They kept him in for a few days. That's all we know. Although the PDC haven't confirmed it yet, I would be absolutely amazed if we see him tomorrow night in Sheffield. Again, until the PDC confirm it, we can't really go, he will be there or he won't be there. But I'd be amazed if he was. Michael Smith comes off of one stream board onto another. He plays Florian Hempel on stream board 2. Bully boy. They're getting the money out of him today, aren't they? Only Premier League player, top seed left, and they're getting him in.
The sponsors will be very happy.
Well, we saw what it meant to him, that winning dart at Tops. That, look, I know he gets a lot of stick, but he cares, is the thing, and he's a good lad, Smithy.
And the fact he's come here today shows that he wants to find something in his game. And I mean, I said a couple of weeks ago, he's not too far away. It's just in some games, it's just been moments here and there where he's just maybe come up dry on a couple of occasions. But he's shown here that he can come up here, and against the rest, he can come up trumps. Now it'll be about doing it in that Premier League arena. But the Premier League can swallow you up if you don't get victories. But the fact he's won here and could do the double here in Wigan, he's going to be the most confident player going into tomorrow because he's just won the last 2 events.
And also as well, at the weekend, it was getting a bit squeaky time. James Wade was within $4,000 of him getting back into the top 4 in the world. If he wins here, the gap's $28,000. That's a big difference again all of a sudden.
That's a huge gap in a TV major. That's a first round exit and probably a semi-final. That's the gap that you're trying to close.
Kevin and Ashley, we spoke about this a bit on the live lounge. This is the headache that I want to see the defending champions try and defend their title, but because it's not a rule, I don't know if Suits is happy or not. I saw on a Facebook post in one of the groups that he wrote, I'm Scottish number 3, and he wasn't even asked to whether he wanted to step aside or anything like that. So I know that Suits wasn't asked, which obviously Andy Bolton's above Hendo as well, so I'm guessing he wasn't asked either.
Mind you, whilst we are here, we've got a little bit of a break. Let's have a little look then at tomorrow night's Premier League, because it's, as we say, obviously we don't know obviously exactly what's going to happen. I mean, it's saying on Wikipedia that Joe Cullen's got a walkover, but we haven't had anything confirmed about that. But if James Wade does play, it will be Joe Cullen. Gary Anderson against Gerwin Price, we're looking forward to. Michael Van Gerwen takes on Peter Wright, and it's Michael Smith up against Johnny Clayton. Who do we fancy tomorrow, Phil? Because Michael Smith will be rejuvenated, and he could take on the other Michael, who won in Leverkusen at the weekend in the semi-finals.
I said before we knew that James Wade probably isn't going to play. I fancied a Gerwin Price MVG final, and I'm sticking by that. Which, if I'm correct, all of a sudden that race for fourth place becomes interesting.
Because at the minute, it's looking quietly comfortable, doesn't it? The race for the top four. That really would put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons.
Yeah.
Well, I'm intrigued to see next week how the London O2 looks on a regular Premier League night, because sometimes during the finals, it's felt flat, really, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And after that, just one more night in Newcastle, where 1 in the table will play 8 in the table, 4 in the table will play 5 in the table, 2 in the table will play 7 in the table, and 3 will play 6. So it could all be up for grabs.
That's what I mean. If Price or Cullen get to the final, and Peter loses first round to Michael, then all of a sudden we get interesting, because, like you say, you've got 1 at the O2, and then going into 1 at Newcastle, 4 will play 5. So then,
and it could effectively be a shootout.
If Peter's still in 4th then, and he loses or he wins, he effectively does the other one in. So trying to get Premiere Pro lessons over WhatsApp is interesting.
Oh, Premiere Pro is it's not a fun thing to teach.
Oh, I love it.
Much prefer Final Cut.
No, I'm an Adobe man.
Final Cut and Canva, you can tell I was a second-class citizen.
Just makes more a joke of the World Cup. Who would you say representing Germany? Clemens and Schindler, I believe. Sam says Willie Borland above Hendo as well. Yeah, I think Borland, forgot his name, Bolton and Suter are all above him. As Matt Porter said in the interview, Phil, it seems silly. Look, if they set a precedent and say, look, the defending champions will always be given the opportunity to defend their title regardless of the rankings, I haven't got a problem with that. If it's done every year, if it's then chopped and changed. For argument's sake, the England team could change a lot in the next few years with people defending money and everything like that. Say Michael Smith and James Wade went on to win the World Cup for England this year, and then next year Joe Cullen was above James Wade or Michael Smith, and they put Joe Cullen in. It's got to be done the same.
The precedent has been set. That's the thing now. Once you set it, you can't really go back on it. Mind you, did Coach Stumpy play with Barney the next World Cup after they won the first?
I was looking at. Let's have a look. I'm not sure he did.
Because I don't think it would have been Michael. I think Vincent played in the World Cup after.
No, the Northern Ireland team is still Daryl and Brendan Dolan. So, PDC World Cup of Darts. So, Stompy and Barney won it in 2010. There was no World Cup in 2011. And then it was Barney and Vincent in 2012.
Don't tell the boys at Weekly Darts Cast.
Oh, they know. It was on their Twitter the other day. Don't worry, they know. Well, we are underway.
We have darts.
Right. Well, we normally we don't put the stream games on as the two feature games. So do we want Callan against Dirk or Suits against Josh Rock?
Let's go Suits Josh Rock. You like a bit of Suits, and I like a bit of Josh. Which is where you now see in the other game flying 9 darters everywhere. You know what it's like.
Don't worry, Teresa. We'll keep you updated. Michael Smith has taken the opener against Florian Hempel, and Ryan Joyce the opener against Damon Hetta. This is a bit of a Hetta trademark today, starting slow.
But he's getting the W's, which is the all-important thing. And you can't say he's actually had an easy draw today either. He's had to beat a few decent players to get to this stage. Now, of course, this has a lot of bearings in the race for the World Match Play, which is something which is fully coming into focus now. So King Barry holds on to 16th spot on £28,750 on the one-year Pro Tour Order of Merit. Below them, the next highest ranked player in play is Ryan Joyce. As things stand, he's on 23,750. Wins this, he gets another grand on the board. Gets to the final, he is on exactly the same figure as King Barry, which would mean it would go to countback. Wins it, he'll be on £32,500 and would squeeze into 14th place and depose of Adrian Lewis back down to 15th. Ricky Evans would then move into 16th. Florian Hempel is 28 on £21,000. Wins this onto 22. Final, 26. If he wins, £30,000, which would put him bang on to 16th place, bang on the cutoff. Josh Rock, in exactly the same circumstances, win puts him around the periphery. Final definitely puts him on the periphery. If he wins, he'll be into 16th spot. Alan Suter, again, same set of circumstances. So, for one of those men, if they can go on and make a final and win it, it just adds another name to this already hot list to claim the 16th and final spot for this year's fantastic week at the Winter Gardens.
says, I watch PDC TV, but love you guys on at the same time on the other screen. Love your commentary. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Pleasure as always. No, Andrew, I'll speak to Matt about it next time we do one.
Best players never to play in the Premier League. There's been some good players that never got a call up as well.
Oof.
I think our good friend Nico's high up on the list. He was mightily unlucky. I mean, he was unlucky the format didn't change in 2012.
Yeah, look, at the time, Nico was class in those couple of years when he was injury free and everything like that. So Nico was in there for me. I'm not sure. I can't. Can I say the next one? I suppose at the time he hadn't done anything wrong. Well, yeah, because he's about to get locked up.
Okay, maybe not then.
But at the time, he was genuinely world class.
Mm-hmm.
Does that?
Yeah.
He was. You can't argue that. Look.
Oh, no, absolutely no.
An absolute wrong un. But at the time, yeah, Martin Adams, I completely agree with you on that one as well.
Yeah. Oh, Jenks, here we got to the semi-final of the Worlds. I thought it may be that year. I know, again, caution bias, but he definitely had more than a shout that year. Wow, that's big. Alan Suter takes out a 106 to break Josh Rock and lead 2-1. Here's one you could possibly argue. The reason he never got in was perhaps because of his playing style. But if he maybe didn't have the action he had, Justin Pike probably would have been in a couple of conversations if it wasn't for the action.
Due to the his ability, he probably deserved to be in there at the time.
But unfortunately, it was. I mean, to be fair, actually, another one, Vincent. Can make an argument for. Ian White. Probably got close a couple of times, but just missed out. Yeah, Colin Osborne, that's a good one.
No, Johnny, you're correct. Yeah, Justin Pike could have won the Worlds, could have been world number 1, and Barry still wouldn't have picked him for the Premier League. Suits and Josh Rock tied at 2 apiece. Callum Ridds, Dirk Van Dijvenbode level at 1 apiece. I don't think Russia will be at the World Cup because you can't call them team neutral flag.
Although I'm not a fan of the bookies suspending bets on Ukraine because they think they're absolutely going to win Eurovision because of the political situation. As much as, of course, I've got sympathy for what's going on out there. The Eurovision Song Contest should be done on ability, but as we know, it's the most political thing that's ever been created. Well, Michael Smith has hit a 9-dart leg against Florian Hempel. So the bully boy is having a midweek to remember here in Wigan. It's definitely not a wet Wednesday in Wigan for Michael Smith. Well, it's raining down on a 9-darter, put it that way. Just going back to that Premier League argument, how good would Tony O'Shea's walk-on have been at a Premier League night in front of 10,000 fans?
Oh, the walk-on would have been good.
Oh. Which is probably might help Max Hopp if he gets anywhere near that scenario in a few years' time. Amongst everything else. However, one man who is definitely a part of the Premier League pack and is a part of the semi-finals gang here at Players' Championship 15 is Michael Smith. He's beaten Florian Hempel 6-2. Good day for the German. 6-2 victory with 114.9 average. Florian Hempel himself averaging 94.5. So Smith's the first man through. Elsewhere, Ryan Joyce, 101 average. Leads Damon Hatter 4-1. Alan Suter, as we can see here, 3-2 up on Josh Rock and is on a 9-darter. 180 first visit. Can he back it up? No, backs it up with a 60. Whilst Callum Ridds is 3-1 up on Dirk Van Dijvenbode, averaging 99.6 compared to Dirk's 92.8. Let's delve into leg 6 here then of Suter against Rock. Suter wanting 181, has the darts in this leg. Rock is back on the big fish, but only 27, leads 154. So you could say now Josh Rock is the favourite for the leg. He may have just taken the dart here, but can he take out the big fish? 134 leads 36. So Rock could get his break straight back if Suter doesn't take out this 154. 58 leads 96, so Rock will come back with double 18 in hand to make it 3-3 and regain the break he lost in the last one. But goes inside, leaves 18, so Suter's back for 96 to open up a 2-leg gap in this match. Can he? Will he? He will. And it is 4-2 to Suits. And he keeps hold of that break due to the hold. Josh Rock had his opportunities in that last leg to break straight back, but couldn't take them. And now his back is well and truly against the wall, but kicks off with a 1-3-4. Fantastic start from the Irishman. Suter responds 81. Elsewhere, Ryan Joyce, leg away against Damon Heta. He leads 5-1. Another 140 for Josh Rock. Good leg from him. Well, Heta with the darts. In the game against Ryan Joyce, wants 101 to stay in the match. It's for the most regulation 15 you can see. Ton, but only 61. So Joyce wants a ton to seal the deal against the heat and to really put himself in play for match play qualification, but can only leave himself on 60. So that's a poor turn there from Ryan Joyce. A Heta is only for a hold here from 5-2. Wants tops. Gets top second dart in hand. So Damon Heta brings it back to 5-2, but Ryan Joyce has the darts in this, the 8th, but back to the feature game. Where Rock wants 8-8 for 4-3. Gets 8-8 for 4-3. First dart in hand. This is a crucial leg for Alan Suter with the darts. Can go one away if he wins it. Meanwhile, Heta against Joyce. Joyce starts to seal the deal. First two scoring visits, 134, 137. Heta's kicked off with a 66 and a 57. Ryan Joyce has at least one hand in the semi-finals. All he has to do is go through the door because it's already been open for him. And even with the 45, Heta's so far back, even a maximum wouldn't apply major pressure. 96 definitely won't. So Joyce 185 away from a 6-2 victory and a Pro Tour semi-final. 41 leads 144. He's not really cleaned this up too well, but he's not under heaps of pressure.
Also, this would be a surprise on the string. Not many people would have fancied Joyce to beat Heta.
No. He's 144 points away from doing it. 41 leads 103.
James Lewis went in the last 16.
Tell you what, that is huge from Damon Heta. He's just hit on 165 to lead 8-8. Joyce wants 103 for the match. 62 needs 41. So that big score last time out may have given Heta hope. And he hits it first dart in hand, brings it back to 5-3. He has the darts in this one, brings it back to 5-4. It begins to become squeaky bum time. He kicks off ton 40.
Awesome. Big moment there. Dirk van Dijvenbode has just broken back. He's now 4 apiece, and he has the darts against Callan Rids.
This is a big shot here for Josh Rock. The 80 goes in 2. So he brings it back to 5-4. But Alan Suter here on the feature game is throwing for the match. And that's an excellent start, 140. But Damon Heta has just taken out a 131. It's only for a hold of throw, but from 5-1 down, has brought it back to 5-4.
Van Dijvenbode broke back, but he has handed the momentum back to Rids. That's a 171 from the Riot. Lee's 94. And Callum Rids has 6 darts to get rid of 94 if required. Van Dijvenbode did all the hard work to break back, but then gifted it back, and the 94 goes in 2. Callum Rids will now throw for the match and a place in the semi-finals.
Another player who could do with this kind of run in an event like this. Ryan Joyce is trying to run to the line against Damon Heta. 81, ton 40, ton 37, leads in 143 after 9. Heta all the way back on 343. So you sense here, Ryan Joyce, he's definitely going to get 6 starts to get this done. Heta 121 leads him on the Richie Benno score of 222.
Oh my, Van Dijvenbode. What a couple of legs this is. Rids was sensational to wrestle the advantage back off the Aubergenius, and then Van Dijvenbode has kicked off 180, 134 on the Rids throw. Are we going all the way? Because Rids can't leave a finish, so Dirk will have 6 darts to get rid of 187.
Meanwhile, Ryan Joyce is through. He's taken out 86 to beat Damon Heta by 6 legs to 4. So he is the second man into the semi-finals. Big moments now in the 2 remaining quarterfinals. Suter's bust double 10. Rock comes back for double 9. And this has to go for 5 apiece.
Also, Callum Rids 135 for the match, with Dirk sat on tops, but oh my word, Callum Rids has just taken out 135 for the match, with Dirk Van Dijvenbode sat on tops to send us to the Noble.
Incredible scenes, and he will be joined by Alan Suter. Josh Rock missing more darts at doubles to take us to a decider. Suits is through to the semi-finals, 6-4 victor over Josh Rock. So we now know the identity of our semi-finalists. These are the quarterfinal results. Alan Suter beating Josh Rock, as we've just seen there, 6-4. Michael Smith beat Florian Hempel 6-2. Callum Rids beating Dirk Van Dijvenbode 6-4. And Ryan Joyce getting the better of Damon Heta by the same scoreline. So our semi-finals will see Alan Suter take on Michael Smith and Callum Rids up against Ryan Joyce, and they'll get underway in about 5-10 minutes time.
Have I missed something here? Right, I've just flicked onto Twitter. I'm going into football mode here. Oh, so Watford have just been Roy off after this season then, and appointed Rob Edwards.
And have you seen the Forest Green owners interview on Sky Sports News? If not,
No.
have a check of that on Twitter after you come off air. Del Vince, the chairman of Forest Green, has just gone, right, it's just lost the plot. Apparently he was talking about good riddance and things like that, and basically slagging off Watford I don't know if he's actually slagged Rob Edwards off himself, but he went on a mad one on Sky Sports News. The statement that Forest Green put out initially was on the back of a WhatsApp message, which they screenshot and cropped before then putting out a proper statement.
This is amazing. So he's
Don't
just taken
love-
Forest Green up.
Don't
and
you
then-
love beef?
Oh, you know, in one of the cups, Watford have got to draw Forest Green now.
FA Cup third round. You know it's going to happen.
Right, so we have a semi-final to look forward, or semi-finals to look forward to. Right, we are going to grab a quick ad break, and we will be back for the semi-finals on the other side of these. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we go. It is semi-finals time of Players' Championship 15. Cannot wait. It will be Alan Souter against Michael Smith, Callum Ridds against Ryan Joyce. It's going to get funky.
Two good semi-finals, and two good semi-finals for different reasons. Obviously, Michael Smith's going to be the overwhelming favourite against Suits, but Callum Ridds against Ryan Joyce, another one of these northeastern clashes that we've seen on the Pro Tour today. We had the Geordie board 15, I think it was earlier on today. Now we're having an all Geordie semi-final between Callum Ridds and Ryan Joyce, and we look forward to that. Also, Suits against Smith, as I say, for completely different reasons. But Michael Smith, 114.9 in his quarterfinal, 104.08 in his last 16 game, 107.1 in the last 32. That's a superb day's work for Bully Boy. He's working his way into a fair bit of form going into tomorrow's Premier League, it's fair to say.
I've just seen the Forest Green WhatsApp crop. Genius. Let's
Fantastic.
just write it out. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, Craig. I mean, look, Suits hasn't played particularly well today. He's just done enough. Just needs
It's
to
like
up
Chris
it
Mason
again.
says, don't write averages on trophies.
No.
Which is ironic because there is no trophy.
And this, they do write averages on the iPad.
They take pictures of the averages on the iPad. And interestingly enough, if Ryan Joyce won this game, he would go 16th on the Pro Tour Order of Merit for the World Match Play with King Barry. So it will go on count back. If he wins, he goes up to 14th on the Order of Merit. So he would be in the provisional field for Blackpool. In fact, the whole Forest Green thing is absolutely excellent.
Just reading the Watford press release. Basically, there was a clause in his contract to say we didn't have to tell him we've just done it.
I'll tell you the best one was when Martin Allen was manager of Chesterfield. When Martin Allen was manager of Chesterfield, and I got on very well with their media guy. And apparently Martin Allen had the controls to the club website. And whenever he wanted to announce the signing of a player, he would bypass the press officer and he'd write the statement out himself and publish it on the website.
Brilliant. Mind you, not as bad as some of the stories that Harry Redknapp told in the recent audience with Harry Redknapp we went to. Pretty sure someone will be getting locked up, Harry, if someone's recording these.
Imagine.
All I'm saying is how they got Randy Yakubu's work permit isn't legal. And he's there telling it on stage.
Stories. We're quite lucky to become very privy about a lot of things that have happened at South Coast clubs. And let's say that it's non-broadcastable.
Which is why I was amazed he said it at this audience. No, because there's like
a couple of glasses of wine can do.
Like 600 people there, and he's just coming out with it. I'm like,
okay, Harry.
I hope someone's not recording this. Any news on Baggish? Just that he went home. He obviously put it on social media a couple of weeks ago that his son was involved in quite a bad car accident and that he just had to go home. So all you can do is wish Danny and his family well, and I'm sure we'll see the gambler at MSG for the New York Darts Masters.
Absolutely. Family comes first beyond anything else. So we're sending our best wishes to you, Danny. Hope to see him back and see him back to the darts that we know that he's capable of as well. Hopefully all the family issues subside so we can see him back at his best. But of course, life comes first. Of course, we're still waiting for our semi-finals to get underway. Cannon Ridds and Ryan Joyce are warming up. Suter and Smith just maybe a few seconds behind. Obviously, Suter won the last quarterfinal against Josh Rock, so obviously the players will get a short interval, but a little interval just to have a couple of minutes, get a bit of fresh air, and then back again for the next match. They do come thick and fast once we get to this stage of the day.
They do. And I'm pretty sure that Smithy will want to get a move on because he'll want to get across to Sheffield.
Indeed, he will.
Though,
to be fair,
Chris,
he don't want it to be too quick because he want to be stuck in the traffic on the M62.
There is that. Chris, good to see you'll be at MSG, mate. My bad when you flicked the wrong button.
What happened
when
there?
You go for the mouse. I flicked the wrong button when I went to get the mouse. So I was like, look. It's been a long day. Yeah, I'm flying into New York on the Monday, or arrive Monday night. So good to see you there. Not a problem asking about Whitlock. He didn't have a very good day today, unfortunately. Harry, the summer is absolutely stacked as always.
I think stacked makes it sound quiet compared to what it actually is.
Yeah, nuts is maybe a better word.
I mean, we were working it out yesterday, weren't we, before going on air, the PDC, and then you match it up with other tournaments elsewhere. How can there be enough bodies to organise these tournaments?
Yeah. Yeah, World Series events everywhere and
World
Pro
Series
Tours,
followed
World
by
Cup,
Pro Tour, Euro
World
Tour,
Cup, match play.
Premier League finals, well, just everything.
Yeah. Sorry, Graham. At the moment, I don't see Whitlock winning one. World Cup is 16th to the 19th of June.
Get a couple of days in Germany as well before that to lounge about after the Premier League. Pro Tours straight after Niedhausen.
I was going to say, when you say lounge about, there is 2 Pro Tours on.
Compared to the rush of Premier League and World Cups. They're off days, they are. Comparatively speaking.
Yeah, Copenhagen, Berlin, Niedhausen, Frankfurt. Oh, joy.
Frankfurt to Amsterdam. Not Amsterdam.
I might not be in Amsterdam.
How come? Not another Monday wedding, is it?
No, so pre the PDC putting this tournament in, booked tickets to go and see Ed Sheeran on the Friday.
Oh.
And then they decided to stick a World Series event on the Friday and the Saturday.
What means more, the World Series or Ed Sheeran?
I might say, look, Gob's ears have pricked up all of a sudden.
I was going to say, he's a very interested party here. Him and Boise.
Look, as an organisation, we'll be there. It may not just be me.
However, he will be having an exclusive Ed Sheeran about whether the PDC Pro Tour card holders should be on the development tour.
Yeah, Ed, what do you reckon of this? Can you write us a song about it?
He's got a song about
it. Yeah, I can.
Don't.
I can. It's called Josh Rock's Developed.
Featuring Stormzy.
To be fair, the actual song don't. I love the fact who it's written about. It's so hilarious.
Yes.
and then her getting the hump and writing her own song back, and then her song back to him.
It's musical Wagatha Christie.
That was great.
But thankfully, to save us talking about that, the darts is back.
Yeah, we have darts. As I said, darts question. Anyone with PDCV, which semi-final are you going to watch? I've got them both on. I just open up two windows on my laptop next to each other.
That's a cop-out answer.
I'm not lying. I've got both of them on. Chris, what do you think the future holds for Danny Lalby? Danny Lalby is an absolute fabulous player, and I really hope he gets a tour card.
Well, no, he's coming back over, isn't he? Some point. I think it's in the summer, isn't he, to play a bit of WDF and maybe a couple of other tournaments here and there.
Live League.
Wouldn't know what you're possibly on about. Can't start rumours like that.
I can, because I've got the sheet schedule. That's why I was gutted, because Sebastian Belowetsky was meant to be here this week, and then he went and qualified for 4 out of 5 Euro tours. Oh, cheers, Seb.
Who can we bring up as a replacement?
Can't remember. We obviously got someone in. Yeah, the US Darts Masters is the Friday and the Saturday. Is it the 3rd and 4th, or the 4th and 5th? I think
3rd and 4th of June, isn't it?
3rd and 4th, or 5th and
Jubilee
somewhere.
weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that Friday and Saturday in NYC. I get some coffee.
Go and visit Central Perk. I think next few years, obviously, as COVID lifts up, I would love to see an event in South Africa again. Just to open up that corridor back in Africa.
Yeah.
Well, Suter here wants 32 for 1-1 against Michael Smith, who's just hit a 140 to leave himself on tops. So this has to go to hold throw and make it 1-1 and misses. So Michael Smith can get an early break and an early 2-0 lead if he nails tops. Does so first start. So Michael Smith, with a match average of 111, has a 2-0 lead against Alan Suter. And kicks off maximum.
This is an uphill task for Suits right now.
He has to find something that he probably hasn't shown all day. Rids pins the 32 to open up a 2-0 lead of his own. He broke in the first leg, backed it up with a hold in the second. And Ryan Joyce and Alan Suter both got big tasks from here. 2-0 down straight away, broken straight away. It's definitely advantage Rids and Smith, respectively, for the final. Fortunately, we'll have to love you all and leave you all after the semi-finals, unfortunately.
I was going to say, the final, if it is to be Smith and Rids, they have been the best two players across the day.
Agreed. It'd be a fitting final. Yeah, I've got lasagna waiting downstairs in a few minutes' time.
Decent.
All the joys.
I loved Stephen Gerrard's post-match interview last night. Stephen, Jonathan Moss is retiring. Is it? Good.
And that FA fine will be through the post first thing tomorrow morning.
To be fair, though, he was horrific last night, John Moss. I don't support either team. I just had it on. I was just like, it's like, there's a reason you're retiring.
What worries me is the refs that are actually coming up from the championship. Apart from that Aussie guy, there's hardly anyone who's any good.
I haven't seen much of the Aussie guy. Is he decent?
He is decent, to be fair. He stood out like a sore thumb, and I don't know if you've seen. Have you seen that video on? I think it'd be on BT Sports somewhere of a referee mic'd up.
Well, yeah, when he does it back in Australia, and that's what I mean. He was superb then.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm just pleased that's then obviously come over and he's done well over here.
Yeah, he's done a lot of champ games. I think well, mind you, VAR's a touchy subject, but I know he's VAR'd a fair few Prem games, so.
To be fair, the Premier League referees should be mic'd up so we can hear what they're saying. That's half the battle.
Exactly. You can't. Problem, as I say, because they're not mic'd up, you don't hear what happens. To be fair, if you actually mic them up and you hear what's going on, you actually gain half a bit of respect for the refs. Meanwhile, Suter's on the board against Michael Smith. The averages crept up to 90. Smith's come down to 96. They're meeting somewhere in the middle. Cannon Ridds is going to have a go at 44 for a 3-1 lead against Ryan Joyce in the All Geordie battle. And he'll get 6 starts at it. But only need 2 for a 3-1 lead, does the Riot. Running Riot against Ryan Joyce.
Callan Ridds going berserk. Teresa says, give me Smith Ridds fine. I need something to get my heart rate up.
Are you sure your lasagna isn't burnt? Well, I'm hoping not. We were locked in. Locked out for an hour and a half earlier, which is why I didn't pop in till a little bit later on. That was an awkward moment. All's well but ends well. Got a Costa out of it, so
Costa.
massive help on a long working day.
I loved your message to me last week. Now I understand why you have Monster.
I mean, by the way, absolutely loved it on Friday, but you did. I mean, especially when I'm commuting to and oh my, Callum Ridds has just taken out a 1-2-4 to go 4-1 up. But especially when I'm commuting to and from said location, that coffee in those hours between sessions do become important.
Yeah.
Well, Michael Smith has kicked off maximum 4-1 up against Alan Suter. Can he follow up? No, he can't. 57. We were getting a bit too excited here. Meanwhile, Callum Ridds, 134, 180. He's just giving Ryan Joyce the scraps at the end of the table. And he's just having to try and fend off them as much as he can. every visit in that leg between Rids and Joyce has had a treble in it.
Yeah.
And continues that trend. It will continue if Rids nails this in 2.
Oh.
And does continue because Rids does nail it in 2 and it goes within 2 of the final. $102 average for the Wyatt. He has turned it on today.
It's not bad, is it?
You'd take it in your local league, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Suda's brought it back to 4-2 against Michael Smith. He's keeping him honest, but will need a big effort in this part of the match. That's 60 to start from Smith, though. Just opens the door a little bit for Suits, but he can't open it. 41 start. And when Smith tries to leave the door open, he shuts it back up again with a ton 40. No, back-to-back 140s for Smith sees him well on his way. Next 7 against Sutum, a potential 5-2 lead. But, oh my goodness gracious me, Callum Riz has just sent a dagger to Ryan Joyce's heart. Joyce would have thought he would have had a go. But Callum Riz takes out the 164 to break throw and now has the throw for a 7-1 win. Averaging 105. This is nuts.
Absolutely sensational. But he'll also be thinking, don't waste them all now. Save some for the final.
You'll be hoping Suter and Smith go all the way to the well. Suter should, from this position, make it 5-3. At some point, 1080, 181 after 6. Smith on 318 after the same number. So we'll have 6 to bring the deficit back to 2, but we'll still need those elusive breaks. 134, leaves 47 after 9. Potential 11 dart leg when your back's against the wall. That's quality from Suter. And now, for Joyce on the other board, he needs the big fish. $47 goes for Suter in 2. 11 dart leg. 5-3. But Phil, we know exactly where Callum Rids is at.
Callum Rids is 80 points away. He's now no points away from the final. The Riot is in the final. Who will he play? Will it be Suits or will it be Smithy? Right now, Michael Smith is taking a giant step towards that final.
Back-to-back 140s on throw makes life incredibly difficult for Alan Suter, especially after opening visits of 14.58. So Michael Smith has all the luxury of time here in leg 9. 95 leaves 126 after 9. Steady enough leg. Interestingly now, Alan Suter has the higher average. It's 96 to 93. Callum Rids won that other semi-final against Ryan Joyce with 104.07 average. set his stall out once again. Smith here wants chops to go one away. And a 15 dart leg in the process, and Michael Smith is one leg away from a second successive final in 2 days, looking to go back to back on the Pro Tour here in Players Championship 15.
I was about to say, Suits didn't start well, but Smith can't punish.
That has left the door open for Smith again.
Oh, they're both wobbling. This is not the leg Suits wanted or needed. And now is right up against it. Suits leaves the fish. If this 1-3-1 doesn't go, it doesn't go. Smith tees up tops, but to save your skin, Suits, have you got catch of the day there? Or if not, you could be sushi. Game over. Michael Smith will play Callan Ridds in the final. What a final it should be as well.
Well, we said they've been the 2 best players today, so perhaps it's fitting they're playing in the final game of the day to decide who the champion is going to be at Players Championship 15. Unfortunately, this is where I'm going to make my exit. Thank you very much for the company the last couple of days. It's been good fun.
Good, mate. Always a pleasure.
No doubt we'll be back here soon.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the diary in the Players' Championships. Right, let's get a cheeky little poll up. So there we have it. The final will be Callan Ridds, Michael Smith. Henry's off for his lasagna. I don't know if Gob's jumping back in or not, whether he's finished work yet or not. If not, you'll have me for the final. Pleasure as always, Henry. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Phil. Take care. Enjoy the final.
See you later, buddy. There is Henry signing off. So we have a final to look forward to. The poll is up. Come and get involved as we bring Players Championship 15 to its conclusion. Again, chat room have been absolutely insane today. We have 1 game left to see. Can Bully Boy go back to back? It's interesting. Could this be the springboard for Michael Smith? Just to get a little bit of confidence. Winning tournaments always helps. We've seen MVG get confidence by winning on the Euro Tour, winning in the Premier League. but who will get over the line. Been a pleasure spending the last few days with you all, as always, keeping you up to date with all the action as it happens in Wigan this time around. Remember, plenty to look forward to. Remember, if you haven't yet, massively appreciate it. If you drop us, subscribe as well. Can you get us to 25k? Again, we've got a lovely giveaway for that moment when it happens. Again, let's have a look at the movers and shakers in the order of merit as the race for the match play. Again, Callum Ridge closing in on the top 20 in the world. Let's get the match play race. So Callum Ridge firmly there, not a problem. Mensur Suljovic just outside the 16. Ross Smith, Andrew Gilding, Ed Has all just outside. Not been a great week, or not been a good couple of days for Simon Whitlock fans. Suits has played himself back into contention as well. We were talking about it earlier. Who's safe on the order of merit? Do we think Brendan Dolan and Martin Lukeman are safe? Is it Chris Dobie and below? Let us know what you think. Gobs forgot to switch accounts. Again, absolute pleasure to have you all along. Let's have a check-in with the poll. 54% of you think Michael Smith, 46% think Callum Ridge will win the final. Not long till we are underway. It's an interesting... Damon Heta. Again, that race for the top 16. So, let's have a quick look at the tour card race a second. It's interested to see how not sure, Johnny. I don't know if Gob's coming in or not. But the tour card order of race, obviously, we still have a lot of money to play for this year. But everything has a little bit of a different feel. Potentially, Danny Noppert, Luke Humphreys, Ryan Searle go into the top 10. Joe Cullen in 11th, dropping down. Jose de Souza, Dimitri van den Berg drop out of the top 10. Whitlock plummets to 41. In and around these. Callum Ridge up to 17th. Damon Heta into the top 16. I'm surprised Heta's not higher than that. So just waiting to get this one live. So again, Premier League, who are you thinking tomorrow? Does MVG beat Peter Wright to potentially blow the race for fourth open? Wright would still be favourite, but a defeat in the opening game tomorrow would just leave the door open a little bit. Says, I hope Michael Smith wins at night in the Premier League before the playoffs. So do I, to be fair. Get rid of this idiot a second. There you go, gets rid of him. So, Callan Rids. It'll be interesting to see where they both are. Smithy obviously went ballistic against Florian Hempel. Jack, yes I do, mate. Do remember you predicting Rids earlier? It was a good shout. Just looking at where's the Premier League table. Daniel, we're presuming so. We've had nothing official from the PDC, but the fact that James was still in Leverkusen this morning, kind of hard to see how he is going to play tomorrow. The bookies have also pulled the market as well. Not really seen it, Craig, to be fair. I've not really got involved in it. Happy days. Be nice. So just looking at the table now for the Premier League. So Peter is 5 points in front of Joe Cullen, 7 in front of Gezi. But I think either Joe or Gezi will make the final tomorrow. So that gap could be a lot shorter. Excuse me. We've just had the graphic updated on the stream. So fingers crossed this won't be too much longer. A little bit harsh. Smithy's a top lad. So, yeah, that's fair enough. I get that, Charlie. The fact that Smithy won yesterday. Yeah, he was like, honestly, Smithy's a top lad. So, right, they're both good lads. What do I think Gary Anderson's going to play like? Got no idea. I don't think Gary's got any idea either. That's half the problem. Just don't know what Gary's going to turn up. Here we go. The stream is live. It is time for the final, everyone. And Callum Ridds has won the darts. Strap yourselves in, everyone. It's time for the final of Players' Championship 15. And in the opener, on throw, it's advantage Ridds with the darts and a maximum. Solid stuff from Michael Smith, 3 tons, but that may not be enough. As the 90 goes for an 11 dart leg. Welcome to the final, Callum Ridds. To be fair, Rose, this could go all 15 legs with these two and it'll be quick. They just like to get on with it. But even in these early stages, is that 58 a mistake from Michael Smith? 2 trebleless visits means the door is open already on the Michael Smith throw for a Callum Ridds break. Tidy maths. Smith leaves a finish, but may not get a go. Can he add the fish to the 11 dart leg? No is the answer. Michael Smith, we know his route on this. It'll be treble 20, double 15 if it goes. Doesn't. So Rid's looking at 112 to break in 15. He's ended up making a bit of a mess of that. That suggests to me he's gone in the 5 first of all on the 112. Because then he's gone 57 and missed a dart at the ball. The 70 goes. Big hold there for Michael Smith. Let's have a look at the 112 on the stream. That's, like I said, suggests to me his first dart went missing. Yeah, went in the 5. Depending on what Michael Smith scores here, that's big. We said this time a leg ago that there was an opening on the Smith throw. This time there is an opening on the Rid's throw. One treble gets Michael Smith to a finish. A 180 makes Michael Smith huge favourite to break. Callum Ridds is not on and out. Michael Smith should get a dart at the ball minimum. He's going to get more than that because Callum Ridds can't leave a finish. So Michael Smith doesn't even need to go the ball route on the 81. The 81 goes in 3. Callum Ridds has had his throw broken. It was a positive start from Callum, but the last leg and a bit have just gone amiss. Here's Bully Boy going through the gears here. Let's have a look on the stream how the 81 goes. $19.54 double 4. Very good game so far. Just 35 points in it. And exactly the same as the last leg. Michael Smith finds a 180 to leave 81, but Ridds responds with a maximum. What a final this is so far in Players' Championship 15. Will it be the same result? It is. The 81 goes again. This time, he won't have gone the same way because Callum Ridds is on a 2-darter. So we'll have a look at the stream in a second because it's always a couple of visits behind. $81 this time. 57. Wire of 12s. In 12s. Super stuff from Michael Smith. Both averages north of 105. Ridds is approaching 110. Again, Callum Ridds, your maths is normally very good here. 222. Well worked out. No ferret counting for Callum Ridds. Michael Smith. 2 trebles. Yeah, still advantage Ridds. I was going to say, if he could have got down to around the 92 area, makeable 2-darter, the 128 can be tricky. May only get a dart at the ball when it goes. Gentlemen, this is outstanding stuff. Callum Ridds holds with a 128. We'll see on the stream in a minute. Will it be the bullseye route or will it be 2 treble 18s? 2 treble 18s, double 10, single 18, treble 20, bull. Which way did the riot go? Cheers, Ken. Thank you very much. 2 treble 18s, double 10, sensational. nothing between them. This is played at such a pace that suits both. I just like to get on with it. Michael Smith leaves 105 after 9. Callan Ridds leaves the big fish. But the question is, I don't expect him to get a go at it. Not the form these have been in. A rare miss for Michael Smith. Leaves double 8. But for the break back in 12, can you land the whopper? No is the answer. I love the fact 16 goes 4-2. And I'm guessing he's either missed dart 1 or dart 2. And he's had a cheeky little dart at the ball. Just to say, look, I would have hit it. Oh, I tell you what, on the 105 combo from Michael Smith, a dart at 32, it was literally rammed in the corner of double 8, so close. And then tidies it up. Stop it, gentlemen. Stop it. It's raining 2 treble visits. I was about to say a ton may not have been enough, but 140 from Callan Ridds gives him the advantage again. The 130, it's a shot that the pros like because it's only 1 treble single for a dart at the ball, but he doesn't get a dart at the ball. No treble from Callan Ridds. Now, can it be the 127 game? No, is the answer. So Ridds 65. This is where you're too accurate, you hit the ball. Be interested to see what Callan Ridds has done there. Whether it's 25 and missed a dart or double, or was he too accurate and gone the ball and then tied it up. Have a look in a minute. Finally poised this game. Super stuff from both. Here we go. So he has to get it in 3. Plumb the bullseye. Big 7. Double 4. That's the risk when you go for the ball on, or you go for the 25 on 61 and 65. Can be too accurate. But Michael Smith has bounced back. And this needs to be a maximum from Callan Ridds to apply pressure. Doesn't leave a finish. So Michael Smith will have 6 darts to make 1, 2, 3 look as easy as ABC. Tees up 28. What Callan Ridds would give for a max just to tap him on the shoulder and say, you better get this. Can't hit it. So for a 13 dart leg, it is 13 dart hole of throw for Michael Smith. The averages are still astronomical. Ridds has dropped by a couple of points, and Michael Smith is still hovering around that 108 mark. Simply sensational from both here in the final. Michael Smith 3 legs away from back-to-back Pro Tour titles before he then makes the trip to Sheffield, the Steel City, for tomorrow's Premier League. Again, if you enjoyed the coverage today here at Online Darts, make sure you drop us a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. We've got some huge and some brilliant, some funny content ideas coming up. But Smith is threatening a double break here. The 161. Oh my. Oh my. Michael Smith That is a little bit good. It's a double break of throw. I'm just going to watch it on the stream now. Shawnee Mack has us on in the car listening. Always a pleasure, my friend. Oh, that's just majestic from Michael Smith as the average goes over 110 for the first time in this final. Callum Ridds has thrown everything at the Bully Boy here, and the Bully Boy just smiles and keeps on coming. 1-2-1 after 9 to go within 1. Callum Ridds has averaged 104, played beautifully, but can't get anywhere near him at the moment. 1-2-1 for 7-3. Cheers, Ken. Thank you very much, mate. We do it every Pro Tour and on the Women's Series as well, as Bully Boy looks at 8-8 for 7-3. Another 13 dart leg. The average still over the 110 mark. This is Bully Boy at his best. And this is why I'll continue to say Michael Smith will win TV titles, because he has this game in the locker. When he's like this, this is just world-class arrow slinging. Callum Ridds, have you got a remarkable turnaround in the locker? That's a start, 180. Doesn't leave a finish, but couldn't leave one from where he was. Stop it. Stop it, you two. If this 161 goes, just shut the front door on the way out. Cheers, Jared. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to have you guys on board with us. Now, 69 for back-to-back Pro Tour titles for Bully Boy Michael Smith. And he only needs the 2. It's another 14 dart leg. This is absolutely sensational from Bully Boy Michael Smith. Take a bow. That is all I'm saying, because that is absolutely world class. That is just sensational. Just unbelievable. Double delight, yep. Michael Smith, just looking at the stats there. 109.95. 110 over 11 legs. That is unreal. That will do nicely. In the blink of an eye, Michael Smith wins back-to-back Players' Championships, 14 and 15. Congratulations to the Bully Boy. Everyone, I want to thank you so much for joining us over the last 5.5 hours. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here doing this if you guys didn't follow it and follow us, what we do. So massively appreciate your support. Got loads to do. We'll get ready for Sheffield as well. I've got a couple of bits to edit and get out. Our preview will be out this evening as well for Sheffield, so make sure you check that out. I've been Phil Bars. This has been Online Darts Pro Tour Live. Thank you very much, everyone. I will see you tomorrow from Sheffield.
Take it to the next level.